my name is Steve. I'm the program manager for ASU Project Cities. I want to thank you all so much for being here today. This is the fifth biannual end of semester showcase event for Project Cities. We're about halfway through our third program cycle, and we're just so excited to have you here with us today. The Project Cities Showcase is an opportunity for us to celebrate and acknowledge the hard work that all of our students have put in this semester, and all to help our community partners advance their sustainability goals. We've been reviewing students' work for the last couple of weeks here, and I'm really excited to share what they've been working on this semester with y'all today. To our community partners, I want to thank you for joining us here today, and your time and attention throughout the course of the semester, helping make sure that we have a really awesome, very positive learning experience for our students. And I hope that it's been reciprocally valuable for you as well, with that opportunity to conduct some extra background research and get things moving in the right direction. The Project Cities program has three primary goals. The first is to provide an enriched learning experience for students through real-world applied projects, working with a client, practicing professional skills and enriching the classroom experience. The second is building capacity at local governments by leveraging the resources, the knowledge, and the access to information that we have here at ASU to help our partners forward their goals. And the third is to eventually improve quality of life for residents in the communities that we serve by providing those research-backed recommendations and best practices. Now, please keep in mind that our students do approach the program with a range of past experience, and the program is designed to be a safe learning environment for the students. So we always tell our community partners, this is a nice step in the right direction, but we always do encourage a thoughtful furtherance of the process internally before anything is put into practice. And with that, I want to go over some quick housekeeping. First of all, we have a Zoom room going. I don't believe anyone's on there, so I'm not going to waste any time talking to them. But we do have that, and hopefully folks will be joining us virtually throughout the day. We are recording this meeting, just so everyone is aware. You likely saw the signs and the media release and all of the everything you had to sign away for us today. Thank you for joining us under those conditions. Help yourselves to the coffee service in the back. Just please be mindful of the noise that we make while students are presenting, of course. And a couple notes on the restrooms. We actually have full service restrooms just right through this door. You kind of drift a little bit to the right and move forward, and there's a men's, women's, and gender neutral bathroom, I believe, right there for you. We are guinea pigs still. I laugh because the parking system, no, right? Jeez. So at any rate, we are still working out a new parking validation system. For all of our community partners that drove today, please come find me. I'll make sure that we shoot a code to your email. And Smart Campus, when you exit the parking garage, you enter that information, scan a QR thingy, and would you mind grabbing Brianna and having her send our TS back over here? Thank you. And I'll send that over to you. For those, if anyone missed the check-in table, please make your way back over there in between the presentations. We just like to know who's here. Helps us justify the work that we are doing here today. We do have a spillover room as well. It's room 206, just right around the corner here. I want to encourage, if any of you feel so inspired to grab one of our students for a one-on-one meeting, get some additional information, or if you just need to take some business out of the room, by all means, we have room 206 over there. And can I just, that didn't do it. Okay, there we go. Got rid of the feedback. All right. And we are on social media. So we will be live tweeting this event. Please follow us with the hashtag Project Cities. We are on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram today, so you can check those all out. Now, I want to do a quick group activity with y'all, if everyone can take out your phones. And so on some phones, there's this little switch on the side. Some of them you need to click a few places. But let's get all those phones on vibrate or silent, please, so that we don't have any interruptions during the presentation. If you need to step out, by all means, of course, do. Let's just make sure that we're not disrupting the students as they get to work. Now I want to quickly, we're going to do some more recognition down the line, but I do want to quickly recognize a few folks here in the room. For starters, Jay, I think you are our only community liaison in the room here today. So we have a lot of folks here from Peoria. Thank you so much for being here. Jay, do you mind standing just real quickly? This is Jay, everyone. This is the man with many, many hats and many good jokes, too. Yeah. So Jay has been absolutely fantastic partner to work with, really helping to, grease the wheel, get this program moving, and help make sure that we're keeping the students moving forward. And he's worn many hats. He's also been a project lead. So with that, can I get all of the project leads to stand up real quickly with the City of Peoria? I don't believe we have anyone here from Glendale or Farmville yet, but all right, I see you, Rick. I see you, Jay. I see you, John. And I see you, Cave. He's cheating, hiding over in the corner. But seriously, folks, we really obviously we couldn't have done this work without you. We are super grateful for everything that you've done to be a great resource for the students. Now, I'd also like to recognize our faculty here. I see Greg, I see Josh, I see honorary faculty. Yeah. I saw Maya, but can I just get a wave and maybe a standout if you're sitting? These are the folks who've been at the front lines. Absolutely. And Jeff as well. Thank you for joining us as well. Now, I also want to give some special recognition to one of our faculty members who really stepped up to the plate this semester, Greg Broberg. We tried something new this semester. We combined forces with all the classes and did this really big, robust survey. I really thank you. Greg was an awesome advisor through that process. And not only did he just help us make sure that we were methodologically sound in this approach, but he also organized students for direct one-on or individual outreach out in the community at events throughout Peoria. And what was really interesting was watching the responses tick up every time that he was out on site. So really a great work from not just Greg, but his whole class here. And we'll hear from them in just a moment. Now, that brings us to the last group to recognize here, and that is our amazing students. That's why we're here today. And I know we have more to come, but I think we can give them a quick round. So, with that, it's my pleasure to pass the floor. Oh my gosh, words. It's my pleasure to pass the floor over to Chris Boone, who is the Dean of the School of Sustainability, a real champion for our program and someone we've really enjoyed having in the network. Yeah, thank you, Steve.
Good morning, everyone. Everyone happy to be here? Good. So I'll keep this brief because you want to hear from the students, not from me. I just want to say a couple of things basically in praise of the Sustainable Cities Network and Project City. So the Sustainable Cities Network is something that's been part of the Julianne Wrigley Global Institute of Sustainability almost since the beginning. And one of the reasons why we made this investment is because we recognize that for sustainability to really work, we need to have an opportunity to work with real world clients facing real world issues and coming up with real world solutions. So Anne Richmond has been a constant champion and I think an amazing tour de force in bringing together not only expertise across the valley, but increasingly the state and nationally as well. So we're really proud of Anne for everything that she's done to create this Sustainable Cities Network. So Project City is just one of many activities that the Sustainable Cities Network helped to launch. And the reason why we love it, we're proud of it, is because it gives all of you a chance to look at some real world issues, right? Rather than just textbook examples of things that matter to people that live here in the valley, including people that might be your family, your friends, or the communities in which you're embedded, which speaks a lot to the mission of the University of ASU as well. And we find pedagogically that when we give students real-world issues, they tend to learn better. They tend to care about it. They tend to really enjoy the experience of actually taking something that they've learned through their classes and employing some solutions. Now, that notion of solutions is really important, not just to us in the School of Sustainability, but across the university. As much as we recognize the importance that students need to understand theory, they need to understand methods, ultimately what we're trying to do is to equip our students with the ability to actually go out and solve problems, number one. And more importantly, how to avoid problems in the first place. So how can we be proactive in the way that we think, in the way that we act, so that we're not always chasing and reacting and putting out fires, but building communities, building businesses, building organizations that can actually lead rather than simply fall behind and spend most of their efforts trying to solve those problems. So I was just having a conversation with Patty Ryder as part of the senior leadership of something here called the Global Futures Laboratory. And the Global Futures Laboratory, big name, right? That's ASU. Its purpose is to try to find ways to work globally and locally to solve key sustainability issues so that we can keep the planet habitable for the next generation and generations that follow. And not just habitable, but also a place where people can thrive and enjoy high quality of life. And we were talking about the different networks that ASU belongs to. And networks are important because we can't do it on our own. We need to be able to find key partners. But some networks work better than others, right? So one of the problems with networks, one of the potential problems, is that they can become so complicated they almost collapse under their own weight. Or if they don't have a really clear strategy or really clear purpose, it can often be ineffective. So I was asking Patty, so can you think of a gold star network that we belong to? And she said this one, right? So Project Cities is a great example of a gold star network. So as a leading Research One university in the country and one that is in our school, the first school of sustainability in the country, we get a lot of visitors internationally coming to ASU trying to understand what's our magic? Where do we get this from? How do we become such a rapidly rising university in terms of research and education and attracting an amazingly diverse student body? And when they talk to me, they say, so what is it that you're most proud of, that you've been engaged with? And the first thing I usually talk about after being the first school of sustainability is Project Cities. I think this is an amazing exemplar of what we're trying to achieve. If we could engage every single student at ASU in Project Cities, that would be, I think, a remarkable goal and a superb achievement. So my congratulations to all of you, to the students, my congratulations to the faculty, my congratulations to Anne, and of course to Steve as well. Steve has been up 48 hours a day, right? 2 days in one, yeah, to get this going. So a round of applause for what I think is a remarkable. Next.
I can't top that introduction. That was just perfect. You touched on everything. So my name is Anne Richmond. I'm the director of ASU's Sustainable Cities Work and Project Cities program. So I want to thank you all for coming again, and especially to our city partner, the city of Peoria. We also will have the city of Glendale and the town of Parkdale in attendance today. So we really personally appreciate your participation, but your commitment to helping our students learn through real-world experience. And of course, Chris touched on that so well. I'm going to keep my comments brief because I really want to hear the students. But just so you know, Project Cities is in its third program cycle, so that usually lasts about 12 to 24 months. It is just a fabulous, I guess you could say, framework. We are part of a national and international network of 30+ universities that are using a similar type of system to change how we teach, but also make it a more richer educational experience for our students. So thank you for being part of our experiment as we perfect our system, but also meet ASU's charter, which is to be more socially embedded because we have a responsibility to our communities, and also to create that use-inspired research. So that's really important. We want our students to be helping our local communities. So thank you very much for that. And just today, just as note, I wanted to highlight that as of our third program cycle, we have involved over 420 students, 24 projects, 31 classes, and then 35 faculty, which some of those are repeat. So I think that is a huge success for 3 years of hard work. So thank you very much. And then also, I do want to give Steve another shout out because really he is the one that deserves all the credit for this, for making it run, for engaging with the cities, keeping the faculty on task and the students answering questions, setting up systems. I can't even touch on half of the things that he does. So I want to acknowledge Steve and all of his efforts because it is a really big, heavy lift and he deserves all the credit. So thank you. I would like to hand this over to the city manager of Peoria, Jeff Tyne. And I'm sorry I didn't introduce you before. I had thought we had already done that. But we would like to give each of our city partners, prior to their portion of presentations, the opportunity to give opening remarks. So as the day goes on, you'll hear from Glendale and you'll hear also from the town of Clarkdale. But we would like to hear directly from Peoria. So thank you so much for joining us today. So I'll give you the floor. So
thank you. I appreciate it. Hello, everyone. Good to see you all. And want to give you kind of a vantage point from the city's perspective a little bit. This has been an amazing experience for all of us, a transformative one. And really, the comments that you heard today about being involved in ASU's effort to be socially embedded and being a Gold Star network, and we're part of that, that is amazing for us because so much we get caught in the day-to-day mundane effects that we have to do. Helping us to transform that and to transcend that is something that we just live for. So thank you so much to all of you for that, first off. Just a real quick wanted to just say thank you so much for just inviting us to get kind of this important milestone to see what has happened for all of your efforts over the last semester. And we're so eager to hear a little bit of your observations of our community, your insight and your recommendations, which we might be taken aback, and that's really good. That's exactly what we're looking for. We would tell you that this is what places like Clarkdale, Glendale, and Peoria need. When you get someone as energetic and creative as all of your students are here, and the wisdom of our professors and the support and innovation you see through the Sustainability Institute, I mean, this is the type of thing that is a catalyst that really does move organizations and it moves communities. And so we want you to know this is something that is meaningful and that is a mark, and you should be so proud of that as you continue going forward. A couple other things. We're hoping that this also was something that was useful to all of you, especially you students. If you had the chance, you can see our folks in Peoria just get so enthusiastic in being related to this. Keep that relationship going. It's a great chance for you to build on that network going forward. Don't feel like it has to end today or next semester or next year. We just love interacting with folks. We also hope that some of the subject matter that you have an interest in your career, that is something that was applied to as well. And then also just taking a look at the energy that happens with our folks also, our department directors that are here, our deputy city manager, our strategic officers that are here, they just are someone that are so proud to be in their business. And that's where we wanted to just kind of put out something new, which is consider local government in your future, and consider it in a number of different ways. It could be that you see that you're going to be someone that is involved in boards and commission for your local community. It could be there's internship opportunities, there's other projects, or even consider it as a profession. It is a great field because on a regular basis, you are truly doing meaningful, purposeful work, and sometimes you can lose sight of that. If you can do that and have a career and know that in local government, you tend to have a number of different hats. You don't keep the same job year in and year out. You will be moving around. So it's a great profession that I encourage you to consider. And if you ever have questions on that, we encourage you to reach out to your faculty, to some of your administrators, and of course to us for that specific piece as well. So with that, I just want to say we are anxious to hear all of your observations and insight, and we're going to listen in quietly. And thank you so much for everything you've done. Thank you. Oh, I want to also thank, just to that point, oh my gosh, I have to thank Stephen and Ann for all that they have done. Do you know how hard it is to go about hearing about what a city needs out of nowhere, figuring out how it is that they're going to engage ASU in all that they have as far as resources to offer, and then somehow make it work, and then in a short amount of time do such meaningful progress? Yes. Just thank you so much. Darn straight.
Thank you
so much.
Yeah. And for those of you who haven't been to one of our showcases before, I'll give you a little bit the skinny on the format for it. We're going to have each class come up and do a presentation on their semester's work. We have goals to stay on time, and it would be nice if that happens. So we are going to have a timekeeper in the back. That's Kiana. If you can give us a quick wave. Students, watch her. She's got the magic cards that will tell you how much time you have left. Ho, ho, ho. Now, if we get through all of their presentation and there's still time in their allotted slot, we can definitely do a few questions. But also, I want to encourage everyone to kind of think about the poster session that we'll have over lunch. That's a really great way to engage one-on-one with the students if something really catches your attention. We had some Post-it sticky pads out there and pens. I encourage y'all to grab them. I mean, you know, in the breaks between, we're about to send the next group up, so maybe for the next round. But if something comes to mind, that's a good, maybe jot it down so that you can come back to it later during the poster session. However, as I mentioned, we will endeavor to have Q&A time for each of the groups as well. For that, we're really looking for, ideally, questions that are going to be widely applicable or that maybe lots of people in the room are thinking of as kind of the right format for that. And then, since we don't have, Glendale and Clarkdale are still not in the room, correct? Correct. That's great because we can skip through some stuff and we're only 5 minutes behind schedule. So how about that? With that, I am going to pass it over to Greg Broberg with the School of Social Transformation, who's been leading students on a project about placemaking in Peoria. And Greg, if you can start giving them the skinny on that project while I pull up your slides, please.
My slides, great. Thank you so much, Steve.
Yeah.
Good morning and welcome to all of you. My name is Greg Broberg. I am a professor in the School of Social Transformation. For those of you that are familiar with ASU, you know that we have very, very broad, big names of things. Basically, my unit is a unit that looks at a variety of different social issues through a variety of different both critical and non-critical lenses. In the particular case with my colleagues today, I want to introduce Justine Hecht in the back. She's a graduate student who works with me. And then, of course, I had 38 other colleagues that are undergraduate students that our goal was to do this. We were involved in placemaking. I'm going to borrow your clicker if that's okay, Steve.
It works.
Oh, that would be good. Okay, so let's see if it does not work, I don't think. Okay. You know what? It's okay. We'll move to this side and we'll click on this side. How's that? So anyway, we were involved in a process of doing community-wide placemaking. Just so you know, my background is not in placemaking. I'm in my academic area is educational inequality. I work mostly with K-12 institutions as well as courts. So that's kind of my background, but I undertook this project primarily because I had worked with Steve and them before, and I will give a shout out to Steve and Ann. They are amazing to work with. If you've ever worked with faculty at ASU, corralling us together and getting us to see one common vision is always a challenge. And Steve does an amazing job of keeping us all moving in the right direction. And of course, I want to thank Jay, Jen, and John, the 3 J's as I call them, for their support from the city of Peoria as our students endeavored on this aspect of placemaking. So what you're going to, what we really want to, okay, that's not working either. It's not. Just hold on, let's try one. Yeah, it's not moving. I wonder if it's because your Zoom session's hanging out front.
I think you were just not clicked on it.
Oh, okay, great. So in general, just for sake of ease, what we were really interested in this project is to find out what the residents of Peoria are looking for. And that's what placemaking is about. Today, you're going to hear from these students. You're going to hear about the concept of placemaking, so we'll give you a little overview on that. We'll talk about our survey design and the responses we received from the City of Peoria residents. We are going to talk about the geographical perspectives because students worked in individual groups. City of Peoria is very, very large. And so it was much easier for students to work in a particular geographic area. And so they will explain some of the geographical differences that we received in terms of our respondents. And we also had a side project, which was a placemaking inventory for the Parks and Rec folk, and you'll hear a little bit about that. And then we'll give you a brief overview of our recommendations. So we'll have some Q&A at the end if we're on schedule, which we should be. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Justin, and he's going to talk a little bit about placemaking. Go to that side.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Justin, and I'm talking about placemaking. So we've talked a lot about that we designed our surveys, and then we tried to design recommendations based off of the concept of placemaking, which is something that we learned about in our class. So what is placemaking? So placemaking is a multifaceted theory that basically tries to determine how to design places that are going to facilitate community and strengthen the ties that the people within a community have to the places in their community. And so what we did while we were trying to figure out what recommendations we wanted to give to the city of Peoria is we kind of looked at placemaking, and there's different facets of placemaking. So there's sociability, access and linkages, comfort, image, and uses and activities. And so all of those are different umbrellas that we can look at and see if a place falls under these categories or how we can strengthen the different facets of each of these within that place. And so we did surveys, and we tried to design questions that fell under each of these categories. And then in designing those questions, we wanted to figure out exactly what Peoria residents wanted in their community, what they think would facilitate the community, and then what we thought might even facilitate the economy of the community, and develop a place that Peoria residents could latch onto and could look at and hang out in and make the city of Peoria an even better place. And so that's what we tried to do as we were looking at Peoria and designing the survey, is using this concept of placemaking that we learned about and using that as a tool to design a place or to recommend a place that we could facilitate community within Peoria. So I'm going to pass it on to Brianna.
Hello. So I'm going to be talking to you guys about the survey design. So to begin creating our surveys, we really wanted to develop and design questions geared towards placemaking. And once we had those research questions, we developed our survey questions based on those to kind of get more of a narrower aspect of what we wanted to be asking Peoria residents. And then once we had our questions, we wanted to distribute the survey widely throughout the community. Peoria had some events that we were able to attend. I attended their Halloween bash, which was a really great experience to pass out the survey to the residents and kind of explain what we were trying to achieve and just get a nice one-on-one with the residents. And I'm going to be passing it over to Bianca, who is going to be talking more about the questions.
So for our survey, we had 15 demographic questions, which is gender, race, etc. We had 20 questions for Old Town, 22 questions for P83, 18 questions for Four Corners. So there were just different questions for every place we had. And now I will turn it to Tyler, who will be talking about our survey results.
So who completed our survey? So within our survey, like I said, we had 15 demographic questions. Those questions range from questions about gender, age, ethnicity, where they live in their zip code, the median household income. So just a few of them in front of you. So if you can see, so our survey was filled out by 742 respondents. 75% of those were females, 24% of those were males. It seemed to be that our age, we fell in between 400 of the 700 respondents were from 35 to 54, and then the smallest ones of our participants were over 85 and under 18. So for our ethnicity, the majority of our respondents fell under white category. That was just under 700 respondents, and then the other 50 or so range between Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, Black or African American, and Asian. So I'll be handing it over to Carla.
So we've got the historic Old Town Peoria here for you. The pictures on the bottom left, top right are just to familiarize yourselves with what you can find in Old Town, as well as include some of the focal areas we included in the survey. We've got the intersection of Washington and 83rd and the community center. Old Town serves as a hub for social events, arts, and is a way to just strengthen the community within Peoria. So one of the main goals that we kept in mind for our team during the survey were areas of accessibility, commercialization, and identity of Old Town. So in terms of accessibility, we wanted to keep in mind what will makes it easier to bring people to Old Town. And for commercialization, we wanted to know more about the balance of the historic areas of Old Town, as well as, trying to elevate the experience for residents there, as well as trying to preserve that Old Town identity, and working more with community leaders and other business leaders that have a better idea of what Old Town residents would want to find. And Maddie will help me finish out the findings for us. So.
Hi everyone, so I'm going to be talking about the findings today. As you can see, I'm going to be talking about mainly this graph right now, and we asked residents in Old Town, how many times have you been to Old Town in the past year or attended any events? And as you can see, a majority of our respondents said no, unfortunately. Well, we then asked them, what would you like to see in Old Town that would bring you there more? And the bigger words represent what they said the most of. So community, shade, restaurants, business, kids, art. It's all just, I believe, how to put it, a sense of community is what they want. They want to feel at home. They want to spend their whole day there, I do believe, and I think that the City of Peoria can do that with these placemaking recommendations that we put in place for them. So thus, going forward, I believe that the City of Peoria, now with all these responses from our surveys that we've codified, put into specific categories, and listed out for the City of Peoria, can make Peoria a better place by these great placemaking attributes. So I'm now going to be handing it over to Ash and Kate.
Good morning. Lana and I were part of a team that worked with P83. When we first started off our survey, we wanted to look at who, when, and why people went to P83 and what exactly the citizens of Peoria wanted out of their entertainment district. So a few of our findings were that there's typically a higher spending in P83 between $26 and $100, which is a little bit higher than other demographics. And that our respondents typically visited once per month, and then that was followed by 2 to 4 times per month. And if you look at this graph here, an interesting thing that we found is that majority of people only visit 1 to 2 businesses when they visit P83. So then that led us to look at the data that indicated why that might be the case. What aspects are really important to citizens of Peoria in relation to P83? One of them is local businesses. 60% said that supporting local businesses is important to them and that it would actually encourage them to visit P83 more. And I'll hand it over to Matt who's going to finish that.
Yeah, so besides local businesses, another huge aspect is accessibility. We asked questions regarding how they felt about the open areas within P83, about if they felt it was easy to access all the businesses going across the street to the different areas of P83, and the fact that it's encompassed by major streets and a highway. And there's a good majority of people who said they felt like it was open enough, that it was easy to access, but then there was also another good majority, around in the 20% area, that felt like that hindered them from coming there. So that's something to keep in mind. The biggest aspect of that would encourage people to visit is entertainment. They felt like they would like, aside from more restaurants, live music, something more family oriented, perhaps like a splash pad for kids, a little jungle gym, a play area, something of that nature for everyone to enjoy along with their children. And then of course shaded areas so that they can enjoy all of this all day. And then the last aspect I would encourage people is art. They felt like they would like more sculptures, better landscaping, perhaps something like lights, tree-lined sidewalks, more benches, so that there's something for everyone. You can sit, you can listen to music, you can eat, you can shop, and by the end of the day, you've spent like 6 or 7 hours, which is great, perhaps, and you've spent your day there. So those are some things to keep in mind. Hopefully that information is useful to you guys, and now I'm going to pass it over to Boris with Four Corners.
Hello, everyone. So for the Four Corners area, it was a little bit different. So we were kind of tasked to find out what really residents wanted there, since there's not really much there at the moment. When we spoke with our City of Peoria representative, he told us that they really, they didn't have a really general idea as to what to take it to. So that's really how we try to design our questions in order to find out what residents really wanted to see in that area. So that's what the chart here on the right is. You're right, yep. So it's an open-ended question that we left to ask residents what they really wanted to see, and you can see that live music, farmers market, a movie theater, food trucks are all like the biggest words there, and those are all kind of things you come together with your community to do, especially live music. If there's a concert, you're gonna come together with the whole community there. A farmers market. I know food trucks was up there as well, so kind of like events that they want held there to see, the rest of their community. Now, what we did for the survey questions up at the top is just kind of asking them how much they usually spend on average when they are there. So you can see right down the middle, it's about $51 to $100 is the most amount, and then it actually still goes even more for that 100 plus. So we can see that people are there to spend money. They're there to actually, enjoy themselves to an extent, I guess. But as long as we can give them kind of what they wanted there, I think that would increase as well. And then, so the top, we have that 92% of the respondents found that the city of Peoria was actually very clean, or sorry, the Four Corners was very clean. And as well as 88% said that it was, I switched them around. So 92% it was safe, and then 88% said that it was clean. So you can see that, the area is very well maintained. It's very well kept. So one of the recommendations is to just continue doing what you're doing in that part. So everybody is loving that part of the area. And then down here at the bottom is another graphic just kind of asking what people were there to do. So one of the options was just shopping, the furthest on the left, and then shopping and dining, again, one more towards me, and then the last one you can see shopping, dining, and services. Okay, so you can see that those are the highest ranked there. That means that's what people are there for. They're there to shop, they're there for dining, and then some services as well. And then lastly, we asked about just transportation. So we have 90% of people are actually headed there in a personal vehicle. And then 73% of those people say that there's issues with traffic there. So we can see that that's an area that gets highly congested. And it's due to the fact that people are going to be going there just with their personal vehicles. They have, no other means of transport to the area. And I will be handing it over to Arissa here. Then she will continue on with her placemaking inventory.
Okay, so we're covering placemaking inventory. During our Zoom call, our overall objective was where are Peoria residents gathering. So in order to do this, we had to do a complete scan of Peoria and figure out where people are spending their leisure time. So Roya's going to go in and describe how we figured that out. So we use the Reference USA database tool, which is available to all Arizona residents. And we filtered the businesses and all the zip codes in Peoria for retail trade services and non-classified established. And then we selected the businesses that were associated with recreation or creative arts. And from there, we put the information into an Excel sheet. And
so we built an Excel sheet that has like the important information of the businesses, like the name, the address, the phone number, website, that kind of stuff. And we found that the 85345 zip code has the most businesses, followed by 85383, and then 85382, and lastly 85381 has the least amount of businesses with only 17.1%. And so we just decided that establishing relationships with local businesses and engaging local business development could be helpful in this part of the community, and just strengthening the ones that have the least amount of business. And then I'm going to turn it over to Nicole, who's going to go over the recommendation.
Cool. So we got to talk a little bit about some of our specific recommendations from some of our certain areas. We found there were some overarching themes that kind of went throughout this. One of them being that people are excited about the city, they want to go out to the community, they want to be in these places, and they're really looking forward to seeing the work that you do. I remember anecdotally a lot of comments saying, like, I'm so excited for this project, I can't wait to see how it works out. So that's something I think that's like a really positive note. I also would like to kind of touch on the fact that this was one survey we did one time. We had one set of data, and this is really what we would consider a great starting place to continue this project and really get in depth into what all kinds of people want in many different demographics. As we saw, there's definitely like a large amount of people from the very similar demographics that responded to this. So going through some different ways to gather this data could be like a really great place to continue exploring into this kind of concept of placemaking in your city. And then especially in Old Town, that place maybe needs a little bit more love. We can see some particular placemaking things happening there, but overall in a lot of places, as we saw in the discussion, that people feel safe, people are happy, and they really are excited to be in their city, and that's really exciting. And then one of the big things we saw in all of our parts was transportation being a big issue for a lot of people, whether it's that they don't understand how they work, they don't know exactly like how to access these things, or they just don't feel like they can access them at all. That's a really good place to look, and so people are driving their cars a lot, but oftentimes people are saying they don't necessarily want to, and if there were another choice, they would do the other choice. So something that definitely worth exploring there. Anecdotally, I remember seeing a response saying that they had kids and their kids wanted to ride bikes, but they weren't really sure if it was super safe. Their kids are young, they're not good at riding in cities, and so they would, give the opportunity, would ride their bikes, but they have to use a car because they have no other choice right now. So kind of looking at that. This is a fun picture from the Halloween Bash, and throughout this entire project, we really got to see people talk about how much they love their communities, talk about how excited they are to see the future of their city and to be more involved. There was a lot of great positive energy all about this entire project, and we as students are so thankful, so grateful, and so humbled to have even had a little experience in this, and we are so excited to see all the amazing work you continue to do. And at this point, we would love to answer any questions you may have.
I have a question. As we were watching the responses come in, we worked with Steven and kind of set what we thought was a realistic goal for responses, and pretty quickly you guys shattered that, and to a great extent. What do you attribute that to? I know you went to a couple of events. Was it that, or was it more than that?
I would say, well, you saw some Halloween Bash, Jay. One of my students surveilled Jay and was like, Jay! So Jay's become the new, poster person for our whole group. But I do think that the passing out of flyers, notice that most of our respondents were females, and that it's because when we handed them out by groups, I could see husbands handing them to their wives, and so probably what happened is they were in bags. We were putting them in their bags because you guys gave them a bag when they came in. So we would put them in their bag, and we were right by the entrance. So they would come over to us first, and we were giving out candy and things like that to give it to one of the students was giving out way too much candy. I was like, okay, not that much, but I do believe that they just passed it off, and I think we ended up getting a lot of responses that way during that particular event. So I think that's what kind of drove that one item. The other was we were at the Four Corners Spring Training kickoff, I think it was. Kate was out there with us. And that was just the one, that was a smaller group of people. I can't remember what it was titled as. We just kind of went out. It was one of the earlier events. And we were giving out things, and I know that she was passing out a lot of information in the Four Corners area, which is why the response rate in Four Corners is so high, because I think her group was really actively soliciting the survey, because she came up to me and said, this is an amazing survey. I'm so happy you guys are doing it, and we love it. And so I think she just actively promoted it.
First, I want to thank each one of you for all your hard work and dedication to this project. It's been an incredible amount of work and collaboration, and it's been a pleasure working with this class. I've had a great time. I look forward to continued conversations on this. After you did get the data back and you had a chance to delve into it and evaluate it, is there a particular area that you think we should maybe approach initially? And in your opinion, is there something that you think would be a really big draw? I think that's kind of what we're looking at. Once we get the data and sort through it, what can we do next?
So I worked specifically in the Four Corners area, and people said they already liked what was there and they couldn't get there. So I would definitely say transportation would be one to focus on, and not only creating new things, but talking about things that already exist. People said things like, I know Pogo is there, and I don't really understand how it works, or I don't really know how to get there, or where, and things like that. So I think one of the things I found surprising was that people were like, yeah, this is already cool, and there's already things that I already enjoy, and I just don't use them for transportation reasons, for temperature reasons, things like that. So kind of taking an assessment of what you already have and thinking how people are using those things.
Great. Let's give them all a hand.
What you might have heard too in that discussion is some tie-in to other projects.
one of the really great things about the placemaking project specifically was that it really provided kind of a unifying framework for the partnership with Peoria. And we were able to tap into the work that's being done in this class to really inform other projects as well. So you'll hear later from a group that's looking specifically at the POGO, for example. I wanted to make a couple quick notes on housekeeping. So one, the doors are just kind of loud. If you do need to go out, it looks like the inside doors are the ones with handles on the other side. So try and use one of those because then you can like catch it on the other side and like not scare the people who are presenting. Well, shucks, there was one other thing that I wanted to say and I just can't remember what it was. So I'm sure it'll come back to me. This is kind of how my process goes. I have a what? What? Oh, yes, thank you. You're so good. So one thing you'll notice, a lot of groups are going to reference this study, and you will hear different numbers on the sample size. There's a couple of reasons for that. One, there was a segregation tool that kind of divvied people into different segments of the survey based on their zip code of residence. You'll also hear differences based on when they pulled the data. There were a couple different poll points because classes just kind of needed to move things forward. And Peoria, we will be providing a clean data set for you. I need to go through and strip identifying information. It's gonna be real fun. It's gonna be a real fun way. All right, so actually, before y'all leave, we wanna do a quick group photo. I think we already lost half the class, which is a bummer. But if we can just do a real quick group photo, we have a couple points for that because the event is a little bit longer this time around. But I'd love to get everyone in the room. And Ashley, what do you think about the? Yes. Or we can go to the stairs too. What do you think?
Well, I think it's probably walk the stairs.
Yeah.
So I can do it in the room.
Okay. All right. And we'll need to do levels.
Yeah.
All right.
Tall's in the back.
Tall's in the back. Tall's in the back. All right. And actually, Fred, you need to do your class real quickly first. What's that? You need to do your class real quickly first.
Well, they just need to get going, yeah, because some of them have a class coming back.
Well, I guess you actually want to make both photos.
You want to make both together.
Everyone and one of the classes.
Okay, so we'll do the everyone and then we'll do the image. All right.
I would love to grab everyone for this photo. Big group photo. Everyone would be lovely to have.
So I'm gonna get the rest of you guys to fill in on this side. Anybody who's coming in, if you're behind the table, don't come over this side. All right, so I need everybody from over here. You guys are gonna have to fill in. So if you are, your needs are fine, you're young, come to the front, get down. I really do need everybody. You can fill in behind. If you don't want to get down, I'll tip you.
Okay.
Everybody go this way at least 3 more minutes.
Get to know your neighbor.
I don't want to block anyone.
Folks, come on, get a picture.
No, this is like required group activity, people.
Come on, Darnell.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Come on, Darnell.
All
Yeah.
No, I'll content it all.
Alright. Just a little more sweet. Just a little more. And I'm not gonna be able to see you, so come over to the list. No, you're good, you're good. Yeah, okay. Good practice. All right. You did it. Okay. All right, 1, 2, 3. Checking your line. 1, 2, 3. Smell like you mean it.
Here?
Much further. So come around this way. Sorry to single you out. Thank you. Okay, we did. 1, 2, again. Great.
All right, one more with Victorious.
Woo! All right, 1, 2, 3.
All right, and then I want to do the placemaking group, and then we're going to do all Peoria staff, and then all project staff.
Thank you all.
Okay, so just stay
All right, placemaking project. Placemaking project. Any students in the placemaking class?
Yeah, that's the lumberjack.
All right, Victoria's over here.
Oh,
Who's doing this?
like
swiping a tree.
That's like, if you look at that, you get hit.
I don't know what
All right, Peoria staff, let's go. All right, Peoria staff. Come on in. What I ask you? Hey, yeah. I know you guys are all best friends too. Yeah, you can look on All right, Project City staff is next.
Thank you.
We are on schedule.
1, 2, 3. Thank you very much.
All right, Project Cities and SCN staff.
There is first. If you are with Project City, you are on staff.
Kiana?
Take it away. Oh, some of them.
I think it was very good.
All right, folks, we're going to reconvene in about 2 minutes. So 2 minutes and then we'll get going again.
Hurry again? Oh, yeah. All right, yeah.
Yeah, so if you'd like to. You will have access to all the pictures. Yes. Very cool. I'm a student here. I'm just pretending. I did a project with the last semester, and I showed you the presentation. And I'll show you how the project was decided to attend this year. Okay. So we know lots of good folks.
That's awesome. Well, I know that part of the legal part of it, I didn't understand like how they manage that. So yeah.
Just said David. Right. So Amanda actually got not at the moment. So it depends. We have energy school, one of the professors. And we also want
All right, folks, if you grab your seats, we're going to go ahead and get started. Yeah. Okay. All right, folks, if you can get back to your seats, please. All right, folks. So
fun fact, we're on schedule. Yay! I love when that happens. Great, so I wanted to make one more quick note. As the students are presenting, we would absolutely love to provide comments, feedback on how they worked. And I gave Jay and Michael a couple slips of paper that have links to an e-evaluation form. So it's online. You can access it with the QR code if you just snap a barcode scanner app on the QR, or you can just type in the link that's on that sheet of paper. But as we go through the day, we would so very much appreciate feedback from anyone who's interested in providing it. Jay's going to pass them out to his people, and then if anyone else would like to, particular city staff, ASU staff, we'd love to get your feedback to the students. If you just throw a hand up, Michael will come get you a sheet with that link. So, oh, I have the wrong slides up. Sorry. So with that, what's that?
Now we're behind schedule.
I know. Gosh. All right. So it is my pleasure to introduce next Dr. Maya Madison. Her class, Crisis Communication, is doing kind of part one of a project that we're doing with Peoria around water conservation and response to potential future water cutbacks. And so we kind of juxtaposed the order of the classes a little bit just based on kind of class schedule. So this course is jumping straight into the messaging and communication strategies. And they've been doing a really great job. I'm really pleased to share the work that they've been doing. With that, I'd like to hand it over to Maya while I get your slides up. Do you want to just introduce the class?
Well, actually, I'm not going to be doing the introduction.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. Okay, good morning. We are the team of City of Peoria Water Conservation Campaign. We are from the ASU West Crisis Communication course, and we have, for the past semester, we have been working together with ASU Sustainable Cities Network, as well as the Authority of the City of Peoria, brainstorming the ideas to come up with a proposal or communication plan to be implemented in the community. So in today's presentation, me and my friends here will present our findings from our city project, and today's presentation will cover several chapters. The first one would be group research findings. We will talk about the city demographics, the current messaging strategies about water conservation, the benchmarking from different areas, as well as the academic research. And then next, we will talk about the campaign plan, how we develop our campaign and visualization. We also testing our visualization to make sure it would be suitable or usable for the campaign, and also interpreting the result of the visualization testing. We also have some challenges, recommendations, and strategies to implement the campaign. So without further ado, I will pass to Harry. He will talk about the next chapter of the presentation.
Thank you, Nico. Good morning, everyone. I'm basically the stage setter here for our presentation. All right, so here we are. So our general and specific purposes of our campaign was to change the belief about the taken for grantedness of water, and also to encourage a new valuation of water conservation, and inculcate water conservation habits, and finally, to build educational awareness around the City of Peoria Conservation Plan and triggers. And based on that, it's all about the process. So our process for our class, we initially conducted a background research of the City of Peoria, and we developed a campaign with a multiple level of messaging, and then we developed a visualization that was unique to our campaign, and then we pilot the test with the representatives of the City of Peoria, and finally from that we developed and refined the recommendations of the campaign. All right, so to discuss the process of background research, I would like to introduce my peer. Thank you.
All right. So we had the fun task before going about recommending do this, don't do that, to actually find out more about the city of Peoria and the people that live in it, and also about water conservation. Funnily enough, it was kind of difficult to find articles and research. There's a lot about conservation in general, but water conservation, people were a little more silent. So we looked at behaviors. How do we inculcate behaviors of conservation, especially in the terms of water conservation? It's not something that's important only for Peoria, but it's also going to be something important for the world as well. So after going through behaviors and how we can implement that, we also looked at current water messaging. So we went to the website and we were kind of skeptical, to be honest, but we really loved the magazine. We found over there the rebate opportunities that people can avail themselves of, but we felt that they needed to be put more out there. They're great resources, but we're looking at how to put it out there for the people. Benchmarks, we looked not only at Scottsdale and Phoenix, but we looked at different states as well. What are they doing? How can we incorporate what they're doing? One example I can give you is that of California. I love this band called Switchfoot. So they got one of their singers to do a video with them, how they go about the process of saving water, or how people can better, what's the word? How people can be more aware of the water they're using. And when you bring an influencer, someone with more weight in the game, people listen. And academic research, as I told you, was a little sparse, but we kept plowing through and found great stuff, not only in America, but also throughout the world. How people try to make citizens aware of this resource, which seems so common, but is slowly becoming scarce. So over to Darnell.
All right, thank you. So my name is Darnell Welch, and at this point, we kind of discussed some of the levels that we've kind of went through as far as, you know, what our mission is, what the specific purpose is, and things of that nature. So right now, basically, it's kind of the bread and butter. And so there's 3 levels to the campaign. There's awareness, there's information, or like education and adaptation, and then obviously the crisis within itself. And each level kind of, it's like almost making a cake. So it's like, that's what you get the foundation, you put the frosting in, you put all those things together, and then obviously you put the icing on the cake, as so they say, and would kind of implement the way we went about the project. So from level 1, when we talked about awareness, each group basically developed a sample visualization that was kind of the main unifying performance of like getting people to see like what is water conservation about. Each sample visualization should think thoughtfully about framing, and in so doing, striving to demystify water, revalue water, and introduce audience to the idea of triggers. Obviously, what triggers basically mean this is what happens if we don't conserve water. Then from there, level 2, information, or as we say, education and adaptation to it. So from the first level, the visualizations used in level 1 will brand all subsequent communications, and level 2 and level 3 messages will be more specific. And so once we get to the education part, we basically take certain information and make sure that we tell people, like, for example, 1 out of every 4 people are going to suffer water scarcity, especially in the state of Arizona. So we definitely need to address that issue more often than not by putting it as a part of a visualization. Level 2 also basically gives us more information about, okay, some of the setbacks that we may have about presenting some of these visualizations as well. Rather than telling to the city what to say specifically, we need to think about the information needs and types of questions Peoria residents might have about level 2 trigger conservation requirements. And so when we think about some of the images that you're going to see later on in the presentation, we took that perspective and we try to implement ourselves as residents in the city and see what would be some of the more effective questions that may change our perspective about wanting to conserve water. And basically from that point forward, you get to trigger 4, level trigger 4, crisis communication by city authorities, which is you guys, of course. And specifically, we don't necessarily have to develop this part, but we do in our part, as far as like the city is concerned, we do report the idea that as far as very specific instructions, the kind of setbacks, like we said before, and the penalties that may happen if we, you know, obviously the pros and cons if we go forward and things of that nature. This rational piece is basically the critical part about it, because what does the city need to say when they are using these messages, these images? What are we going to give to the people of Peoria an opportunity to see, you know, hey, we need to conserve water a little bit more? What should they consider in its policies that are relevant to how we frame water conservation and risk visualization? And so obviously that opportunity also gives us the focal point of this is what happens when we are sort of in the mix of a crisis, and knowing that there's a lot of risk to be involved once we present like some of the findings and the solutions to the problem. And so right now I'm going to pass on over to Matthew.
So during our campaign, we went and designed visualizations to implement within the city of Peoria. We came up with all types of samples of what we thought is city of Peoria and that conveyed water conservation. We came from designing it by hand and then designing it with professionals as well. We got feedback of all of our visualizations to find out which one conveyed the specific message in order to conserve water, which engaged the public and public's eyes on what water conservation is. We used our pilot study in order to survey our social networking sites and figured out that some area of expertise of these campaigns and these visualizations conserved a specific matter on what water is and what the city of Peoria is all about. From there, we teamed up with our KE Knowledge Enterprises and took the feedback that we got from our public and implemented new strategies and ways to engage with our Peoria residents to finding out what they wanted specifically. Some of them changed, some of them stay the same. If you see over here, hashtag lasting legacy, it was consistent. They designed a visualization that catered to the children of Peoria while also having a fun, playful idea of it. Our conserve water, conserve life was a little different. When we implemented that, we got a feedback saying that the blue color originally meant that we had abundance of water, when in reality that's not true. And then finite, water is refreshing, fun, finite. What is water for us? What do we use it for? We have to reimagine what we think about water and what we believe water is. So that's why we decided to create all of these fun existing campaigns, and then Save a Drop, Save Peoria with the City of Roses, because Peoria is City of Roses. And then lastly, our trigger system, having that be the glass full of water and implementing the specific awareness messages that we will be having for our trigger system. That's where we developed that, and it just became more cohesive and more understanding of what it is about conserving water for us as the students as well as the city of Peoria. But thank you, and I'll be handing it to Melissa.
All right, so we conducted a couple pilot tests, asked a bunch of people what they thought about water conservation, how they felt about it, and they basically said they felt nothing. They felt there was no concern to save water. They felt that they didn't need to save water. They didn't really want to save water. And they said that they would like to save water if they felt incentivize, which to us, longevity of water should be the biggest incentive. But we started thinking about a competition campaign. So maybe neighbors are competing with neighbors who can get the lowest water bill that month and maybe get a little bit off. Maybe we give them a water saving plant for it, and whoever has a little plant, you know they're doing a good job in life. And from there, we also created a app. So STEPS stands for strategize, timeline, examine, propose, and stabilize. So instead of opening up your water bill and looking, oh, you know, what does this say what last month and all that nonsense, you just have an app for it. So strategize will say, okay, where can we save water? Timeline will show you, okay, last month to this month to future month if you stick on the progress. Examine, where is the dilemma coming from? Where are you having holdups? Propose, well, the app will propose more ideas on how to save, and stabilize, how to consistently stay within this. And we want to launch all this within a Citizens Engagement Council. So we'd love to get citizens of Peoria from each neighborhood, get in with homeowners association, and let them have a voice amongst each other without you guys, and then a voice with you guys as well. And the way to implement that as well, we wanted to reach out to HOA, and so they can kind of be the head honchos of the neighborhood and say, hey, look, with the competition, we'll give you a little blue flag in your lawn if you're doing all right with water conservation this week. And just to, again, it's hard to say, but just to incentivize them to save water. You would think Peoria being a family-oriented city that they would want their kids to have water. Maybe just a little bit. But the way that we found the most effective was just little games, you know, competitions, council, make them feel like they have a say in it. So yeah, and I'm going to pass it on to Brenda.
So I'm going to talk about the results of our testing and the overall themes. So our classroom conducted 8 pilot tests. So we broke up into separate groups, and we each tested the different visualizations and engagement strategies that we created. The engagement strategies included the challenges for the residents of the neighborhood to engage in, like Alyssa was discussing, as well as the app that we created. There were different ways that we tested our visualizations. So we conducted both qualitative and quantitative studies. So we did in-person surveys, we did surveys online through social media, and we also did interviews in person and over the phone and over email. So in regards to social media, we did find that social media was really important when it comes to pushing out the message, and as well as testing out our messages. We use Twitter, we use Snapchat, we also use Facebook and Instagram for these. So each group then did a thematic analysis of the results that they gathered, and we extracted the major themes from the results. Then as a classroom, we came together and we did a meta-analysis, and we extracted the overall themes out of all the different 8 pilot tests that we did. So the first major theme that we saw was setting the effective tone. So the overall feedback that we got from every single pilot test that we conducted was that there was a lack of urgency in our visualization. Although we received positive feedback and that they liked our visualization, they felt that in order to be persuaded more effectively to actually change their behaviors, there needed to be a bit more of a sense of urgency in the messages. So in order to do this, we do need to navigate the waters in between making our messages more urgent, but as well as not creating fear among our targeted residents. So that is something that is possible. We can navigate those waters and create messages that relay a more urgent tone to actually persuade the residents, because they told us unless there's more of an urgency tone in the visualization, they weren't as persuaded, although they did love our visualizations. So the second thing was keeping it simple, clean, and relevant. So our visualizations that were presented to you guys, they didn't have an overload of data, but information, statistics, and a bunch of graphs jumbled up. They liked the visualizations when they were clean and simple and relevant. And then the theme number 3 was social desirability. but lack of drive. So overall, all the people that we studied and we asked these questions, they said that they were somewhat aware of the water shortage and they were wanting to engage and to help with that water shortage. But there was a lack of drive. And that lack of drive goes back to they were unsure of how their individual contribution could actually impact the overall water shortage. So they wanted to know, well, if I take shorter showers, if I take out some of my grass and use turf instead, is that actually going to be enough? So they wanted to see those results. So actually showing them the results of how their individual contributions affects this would be impactful. And so then the thing number 2 was pushing messages. The people that we interviewed, they were open to reading the information and to receiving the messages, but they're not going to look for the information themselves. So they're not going to click on that link themselves a lot of times. We have to push this information out to them. And how are we going to push this information out to them? Social media. We could use, and it's going to be cost effective too, also emails or even their water bills. So there's different ways that we'll be able to push out this information to reach different targets of our audience, also including in classroom settings with the younger generation. So now to pass it on to Michael.
Thanks, Brenda. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and conclude our presentation by just discussing some of the challenges that we face while working through this project, as well as what some of our final recommendations are. So as my peer Brenda had said, one of the first challenges we kind of ran into was drafting communication with a sense of urgency without creating a fear appeal. When you create a fear appeal, it can do one of two things: either create mass panic, or no one takes it seriously and we're just turning into a meme. Memes are cool, but you don't want to be a meme. Next challenge we ran into was education around the trigger system. So when I look at the word trigger system, it is just a scary word. I don't know what it means. Citizens aren't going to know what it means. So we want to make sure we make send out education or communication that makes the trigger system easy to understand and not so mysterious. Next, changing habits and attitudes. With a show of hand, how many of you have tried to kick bad habit? All right. So it is not an easy thing to do. We can change people's beliefs all we want, but kicking that bad habit of not conserving water, that's going to be the difficult part. So we really want our communication and some of the activities that we want to implement to really create those tiny habits that lead to big changes. And then lastly, just preparing for stakeholder issues and concerns. Like my peer Viola had said, there's not much research out there at the moment about water conservation as a whole. I mean, so we really don't know what our response is going to be like once this communication begins going out. All right, so as far as our final recommendations go, we do want to create a multi-level campaign aligned with the trigger system. So that's going to do one of two things. It's going to let us ease our way into sending out our communication as well as educating the residents about the trigger systems. So again, we want to start off with just creating some awareness about what is going on. We then want to move into sending out educational resources just so our residents know exactly, okay, this is what I need to do. This is why this is so important. And then finally, and hopefully this doesn't happen, but if it does, sending out the crisis communication once we hit that last level of the trigger system that we need to go ahead and move to more of like a system like, I don't know, maybe one of the neighboring states like California where we need to cut back and really conserve water. We want all of our visualizations to be very unifying. So when a resident looks at one visualization and then they look at another, they know they're related. They know, okay, this is about water conservation. This is from the city of Peoria. So we want to make sure all our visualizations are really cohesive and they complement the brand that Peoria has already created. And then lastly, we want to incorporate engagement strategies and promote citizen participation. So again, we know that this isn't something that's going to happen overnight. So with all the activities, the app, and everything that we want to do, we understand it's not about perfection. It's just about having our citizens take action and really start incorporating these conservation habits into their lives. So with that is our project. Just want to say thank you to everyone that was involved and gave us this opportunity. So questions, comments, concerns, and/or emotional outbreaks.
Awesome, we can take a couple questions. Well, let's say Peoria first.
Outstanding. This is just it's such a holistic strategy for how to address such an issue. I've got kudos to all of you, and this is absolutely something we're going to incorporate. So thank you very much for this. I had to mention that first. In looking at this, and there's a kind of prevailing theme with regard to sense of urgency. I'm just curious, a little outside of this realm, there was some allusions to what California does in regard to some other measures. What do you think of a conservation-based rate structure so that it actually hits people in the pocketbooks? Do you think that's a good idea or a bad idea?
In the research findings, we saw that at the end of the day, that's what they put forth. They're like, more than anything else, at the end of the day, if there's a rate that if there is something financial offered or taken away from them, that's what is the most effective. But I'm not quite sure for raising their bills.
Yeah.
I think it might be where Tuesday, Thursday, even numbers water. If you don't, fine. You know, kind of more like that. If you're washing your car for 2 hours, fine. Maybe HOAs up on there. I don't know how to regulate that, but
yeah.
I'm also a resident of City of Peoria myself. Because of this project, I was able to find some of the useful rebates that you guys offer through the City of Peoria. So it's going to be one of those things that our recommendation is that how do we educate and make this awareness to the City of Peoria residents. So I was able to utilize it because of this project, but then how about the rest of the residents of the City of Peoria?
One final thing about that, though, is that we are concerned about, although Peoria is higher socioeconomic stratification, there are going to be people who are on very fixed retirement, especially budget. So that's why we want to incorporate the Citizens Council, because we believe that citizens really need to have a voice in the measures that are taken, and that there's concern for the most vulnerable who would be not able to maybe pay more.
Mine was going to be a quick comment, which was the idea of an app, and I think that one of the things that I kind of see coming out of this is that, you know, that is a great way for people to opt in, to find ways to do better. And if you're trying to reach the younger generation so that they get these habits ingrained now, I think that's just an awesome way to do it. And what we struggle with as a city is, you know, if we try to put in a program, you know, usually we're trying to send something out to people who are great water, you know, conservers. You know, that's a program, there's cost, it's an additional cost. It ultimately hits their pocketbook, our pocketbook when it comes to rates and things like that. But something like that where they can opt in and have control of their own, but opt in maybe with our systems and be able to send out, here's what your water bill was, here's where you know, here's what you did this last month. I just think that you're going to gain, maybe not the now folks, but the future folks are definitely going to see that as a benefit.
So please forgive me. Okay, great visualizations, great research. What are your pathways? Black being on the TV, which happens less and less. Where are they going to get this visualization? Are you post? Billboards aren't trendy. I mean, where is this going?
Well, we're looking at social media most because that's where the younger generation, that's where we wanted to target this needs pathway as angry. Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat.
But you can be regional.
Correct. Correct. And tapping into that, starting them at the young age, they want to basically knowledge of that, as well as giving that information to their parents, which then creates a big conglomerate of saving that.
This might not be the first question. I have no idea, so I'm salivating right now. Peoria as a city uses Instagram, they get some kind of government radar on
profit rate as an advertiser to be pushed onto regional, or someone has to opt in and follow through. Both and PSA. So like you said, it's visualize it, also if this work with them, if they are public, this you use it.
Yeah. So for the water is campaign, we just talked hashtag with it, and we'd ask people to pitch in what do you think water is to you, and you could bring that in onto the advertisement so people feel involved as well, and that goes out more often, like the ice bucket challenge, mostly because of the hashtag. So that's not the thing.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you, students. Wonderful job on that. We're going to go ahead and jump into our next presentation. Are you Bailey today?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So come on up. Oh, hey, man down over there. Did
Do
you?
you want to take a quick group picture of the other?
Oh, yeah, good call. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that real quick. So the group that just went, if you head on up here, we're going to do a quick group photo. And in the meantime, I'm going to call Veronica up here as soon as they're...
Do you want to take it outside, a photo? And then
That's great. Yeah, let's do the photo outside. Thank you.
That was my class.
No, I am not. I'm just going to, sorry, I'm doing 5 things at once here. On that. All right, so it is my pleasure to introduce Veronica Gutierrez. Veronica served in a support role for the class that will be presenting here today. The faculty member, Bailey, was not able to join us for some reason. And this class has been a real pleasure. This is our second time working with them, and we've really enjoyed working with it. It's the Next Generation Service Corps. Very involved young leaders, very bright, lots of energy, great ideas. And this is another one of those 2-part projects for this component. I'm probably explaining what you would explain here, but
it's okay.
It's we're looking at the youth and how are the youth utilizing POGO. So with that, let me get out of the way. And if you want to introduce the class and the students, and then let them take it away.
Hi. So like you said, I work for the Next Generation Service Corps, which is through the Public Service Academy, and our students are in a leadership development program that aims at creating character-driven leaders who understand the importance of crossing sectors in order to tackle large-scale problems and achieve goals. So we have students that are planning to go into the public, private, nonprofit, and even military sector once they graduate from ASU and our program. And one of their requirements is earning a certificate in cross-sector leadership, and the class that these 2 young students are taking is part of that requirement. So it is a design thinking class that implements the design thinking process in order to come up with human-centered solutions to problems that have been presented by community partners. And we've now, like as Steve said, we've now worked with the City of Peoria, or Project Cities, for the 2nd semester. These students look specifically at POGO, the transportation system, and then the app that goes along with it, trying to find ways to make it more appealing to the youth in Peoria. So Brittany and Marvin are representing a larger group who couldn't all be here today, but they will share with you their findings as they went through the design thinking process. Yeah. And I don't, is that us? Yes.
All right, hi guys, my name is Bridget. I'm currently a student in sustainability, and my social mission is sustainability as well.
My name is Marvin. I'm also both sustainability major and social mission.
All right, this is us again. Yeah.
So we partner with the City of Peoria to try to expand the ridership on their POGO circulator. POGO is short for Peoria on the Go. It started in April of this past year, so it's just getting started as of now. Our goal was to increase ridership of people aged 12 to 18 as they're not taking advantage of the circular as it is. So we interviewed a lot of high school students among the city of Peoria, different high schools, see why they aren't writing it, what they know about it. So this slide was supposed to have statistics from our surveys, but it is blank. But our results kind of show that a lot of students know of it, but they don't have enough information about it to actually take advantage of it. They know it's there, but they don't know how close to make where the closest bus stop is, when the running times are.
Or statistics.
Yeah. So those are also barriers. Like it's somewhat visible. Yeah. So some of them know that there's a map. The schedule wasn't fitting for them with their high school schedule. Many students already had a car, so running a bus was just unnecessary for them.
All right. And so we really tried to encourage POGO to the youth by making these 3 main points, so efficient, relevant, and impactful. We wanted to improve the perception of POGO and ensure students that it's not just some random bus that you're going to get on, that it's safe, that it's going to be, I mean, it's a free bus so that they'll really enjoy what they're doing, that it's, it's useful for them rather than just having to take 5 separate cars for 5 separate friends trying to meet up at a game or at the mall or whatever it may be. And our main barrier that we kind of wanted to break down was, was breaking down the perception of public transportation. So that was our biggest thing. So we'll kind of go into that a little bit more. All right, so this is not the right presentation, so we're just going to stop there. So with the original POGO route, we found that it went to quite a few different high schools, and so we liked it. There just wasn't much engagement there. So with our solution with that was to actually create a student-centered route, a youth-centered route. So to add on another route only for high school students, and they can go to and from places. It would specifically be to school. I believe is around a 15-mile perimeter for POGO. And so it was just a lot more useful to them. And so that was a big thing for both parents and students. We found that they thought it wasn't safe, that there were people that, that they were on the bus and they didn't feel safe with it. So we're really encouraging Youth Center for this route. We improved the times as well. So we made it so there was peak hours specifically for student schedules. So it would start at 6 a.m. for when students are starting to go to school, end at 10 a.m. And then we would start it from around 2 o'clock to 9 o'clock. So students would still be able to go to the mall, go to school events, and that would also include weekend schedules as well, which is a different thing from POGO, because it's currently a Monday through Friday schedule. And so we also created a year-long implementation system. So within the first 3 months, we really wanted to make changes. So first would be through Valley Metro, and let them know of the change that we'll be making with POGO, an additional route. The second thing would be adding a QR code to the actual app of POGO. And so that would be able to give the POGO developers a lot more information about who's exactly writing it, the times that they're writing it, and it would just kind of be a check-in way. So once you get on the bus, you scan the QR code. And so, yeah. And so within the next 6 months, we wanted to really push POGO during the summer because students, at summertime, they're not going to be in school. And we wanted to just kind of break that out for them. And, if they want to take the bus, they totally can. I'm just really pushing it. And so for the next 7 to 12 months, we kind of see the feedback that we would get from the students. And if there were changes within those first 6 months, they can make them in the next 7 to 12 months and just kind of see from there. I think that's about it. Yeah, so another main prototype that we created was the app. Currently, the app development system it's kind of iffy. There wasn't, the students weren't, this way then.
This is the one that you.
This is it. This is perfect. Cool. All right. Here we go. So this is our statistics that we got for the perception of transportation. As you can see, a majority of them, they know about POGO. They're not quite sure about everything. Here's more barriers about it, but quite a majority of them have other modes of transportation. So here's our solutions. We really wanted to make it relevant to them. Another big impact would be the sustainable impact of it as well. We wanted to encourage, because we are the youth, we want to encourage a sustainable future for them and breaking down those barriers as well. Here's a better photo of the route rather than just me talking about it. So the purple route is the original route, and the blue one is the additional route that we would add on to it. along with the scheduling as well. Here's implementation again. I talked about the QR code. Marketing campaigns was a big thing at the high schools, so really encouraging having a big day for them, maybe doing raffles, doing some sort of an incentivization for the students there as well. Summertime and then feedback. So this would be, I'm pretty sure it's a bigger number than that, but we talked about, I think it's about 300,000, big difference, and so that would be the amount of money that would be changed from the current route to the next route. So there's a lot of money that could go into that as well, such as interns, app development, a lot of different things. So we'll see how the program team will take that. And then this was our, with that money, which the 300,000, there's a lot of different things that could go into it. It could be the new buses, it could be digital marketing, it could be the app that we kind of talked about a little bit, just to really, encourage and bring students into Pogo and make them a little bit more interested. So,
We have like opening day events at high school, so bringing up Prickly Pete to talk about the new systems, get kids interested, and we can't get kids around the bus if they don't know about it. So going to where they are, teaching them at a public space, it's safe for them to use it. And City of Peoria is behind it would be really beneficial for expanding the roads.
Any questions?
Are Pogo routes already incorporated into like Google Maps and Google Translate? Because if they are, you don't have to read.
I don't believe they are already on Google. I don't think so. No, I think it's just specifically within the app. They are. Never mind. They are on Google.
There's also a map called Really Rome.
Okay.
So there's other ways to construct this map. That's a great sport wherever you go into a city.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, but we do need to move along. We are running a bit behind schedule, but good news is that the poster session is right around the corner. So those questions that you have brewing right now, you can definitely bring those up during the poster session. So let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. All right, so with that, I want to make one quick announcement. Our student, Michael, is in room 206 right now. And at the showcase, we love to get little mini video vignettes. And it's just 2 questions. It was, what's your main takeaway from this experience? What will you most remember? Or what did you learn? I guess that's 3 questions. But somewhere in between. I don't have my notes in front of me. But he's going to be in room 206, which is the room just to our right over here. And I'll just kind of start mentioning this in between presentations. You can definitely go see him during lunch or during the break as well. Real quick videos, but we would absolutely love to connect with y'all in that media, and we do use those later on down the line. So with that, up next is Skunk Creek. Correct? All right, so with that, I would like to pass it over to Joshua Lohman with the ASU Ethics Program to introduce his team that worked on the Skunk Creek project. And I'm going to pull up your slides while you introduce.
So for the sake of time, I'll make the introduction pretty short. I'm Josh Lohman. I'm the director of the Engineering Projects and Community Service Program. It's a design-based service learning program for primarily undergraduate engineering students. We have 36 projects every semester, 36 projects this semester. Each are associated with a 1-credit course. We have an introductory course, which this project is one of, and we have an upper division 400 level course that a lot of our other projects fall into as well. It's all design-based service learning, so they're all real projects working with community partners like yourselves and incorporating human-centered design into their process. I'll let them introduce themselves individually. Okay, thanks.
My name is Jared Pytho. I'm a freshman mechanical engineering student from Fort Collins, Colorado.
Happy to be here. Actually, guys, we have a video over here if you want to step on this side.
Okay.
That's a little too far. Just in front of the slideshow, it's perfect. And then when I'm out of the way, you can stand here.
Okay, my name is Roman Smith. I'm also a freshman. I'm an industrial engineering student, and I'm from Portland, Oregon.
My name is Anais Gutierrez. I'm also a first-year student in chemical engineering, and I am from Phoenix, Arizona.
My name is Brandon Fisher.
I'm a second-year civil engineer from Arizona as well.
Guys, where are your slides? They're not in my email.
You mentioned me. I did. It should be from me.
Okay. All right. Buy me some time here.
Do you have the map?
Yeah, I got that. Whoever got it. I mean, is it? That's
the big one.
All right. And there we go.
Awesome.
All right, take it away.
We still stand in front of this. Okay. So we did the Peoria Skunk Creek Trail improvements. Let's flip it. Flip this slide. Thank you. So throughout this process, we identified several main problem areas within the Skunk Creek Trail area. The first of these was the poor connectivity of the trails there. When we went to visit the site a few months ago, we noticed that the trail was very cut off from the surrounding area, the surrounding communities in the rec center. And that was one thing that we thought would be preventing people from using this trail. And one way that we could, through connectivity, we could increase the use of the trail and overall community engagement. So our solutions to this were more access points to the trail, specifically places like this. I'm not sure if you can see, but there's kind of a naturally worn path here. So it would be logical to pave over paths like this where people are already walking, in addition to targeted access points from the surrounding communities, neighborhoods, the P83 commercial area, and the rec center, and also increased trails, both on the street level and down in the basin of the floodplain, including trails that are connecting the two sides, so it's easier to cross between them. The second problem area that we identified is the poor aesthetics and the uninvitingness of the area. There's a lot of overgrown vegetation, poorly placed signs and utilities, unpaved areas and rough concrete. There's no really structures and shade. It's not a very inviting, welcoming place to be walking around. So increasing the invitingness, I'm not sure if that's a word. What's that?
It is now.
Oh, it is now, right. That would really encourage people to come out and enjoy the area more than they do currently. So we can do that through landscaping the area in specific spots, introducing a kind of a holistic park theme to kind of create more of a sense of unity within the park, and remodeling signs. A lot of the welcome signs were oddly placed and didn't really offer a very welcoming feel. So remodeling those and then adding additional information signs about the history of the area or the biology, the ecosystems. And also under some of the underpasses were the overpasses were super barren and uninviting. So if we could have the community members paint murals, that would be a good way to engage the community and make it more inviting.
So third problem area that we identified is underused space. So there's a current floodplain there, and we have kind of identified some restrictions on there, but there's no permanent structures there, and no one could really go down there to use that area. But it's this huge area that spans most of the trail. So it's just sitting there dormant. Some of the solutions that we've come up with is expanding the riparian area at the beginning of the trail near the Rio Vistas Center. But we also are hoping to maybe try to change some of the regulations to allow a little bit more development of the active recreation area and kind of be able to play with that a little bit.
So Project Cities, who we were working with on this, actually sent out a community survey to the residents of Peoria. We were allowed to attach several questions related to the Skunk Creek Trail, and these are just a few of them. This first one is a basic question that was how far would they be willing to travel to get to a recreation site based on several modes of transportation. They were walking, biking, skateboarding, stuff like that. You can see generally most people are willing to walk between a half mile to a mile to get to any recreation site, which would include large amounts of the neighborhoods surrounding Skunk Creek Trail. This next one is seeing if they would actually enjoy more passive recreation. And over 70% of the people said yes, as well as over 70% of them currently do use passive recreation areas. sites in their area at least once a week, some of them up to 5 times a week. This one was exploring more of the active recreation sites like basketball courts, volleyball courts, baseball. And around 50% of the residents voted for more of these, and this did include 30% of using them at least once a week. The lower number in this compared to the passive recreation can be explained by the fact that the survey was sent out in August, which it's kind of hard to be active in Arizona in August.
All right, so we began to work on a solution for this, making 3 plans, a bronze, silver, and gold plan, with each of them increasing in price. We plotted all of these plans onto maps, which due to some difficulties will be on the slides, but yeah, so we will put those on our poster board if you guys want to see them later. 2 of the plans include walkways across the floodplain from the neighborhood area to 383 to kind of fix that connectivity issue. So go to the next slide. Kind of a chart, I'll just talk about a few of these, but these kind of ramps and additional trail access points will be huge with that connectivity piece. As you saw in that earlier picture, there's kind of that worn walkway because there's no like constructed like concrete stairs or anything from the trail up to the Rio Vista Recreation Center. So people had to like wear it in the dirt themselves. So if we increase that, there increased use of the trail. We also, one of the big problems when we walked the trail ourselves was once we left the like already developed Rio Vista Recreation Center, there was not a single water fountain or restroom the rest of the way, which during summer months could prove dangerous. So we wanted to at least increase a lot of water fountains and shaded spots. And then one cool idea we had was putting hammock posts in the riparian area, allowing people to react more directly with the natural area in kind of more of a passive recreation way. They could go hang a hammock and just hang out in the shade. We also wanted to improve welcome signs and information signs. There was only a few along the way, and one of them was right behind like the thing where you get your like the dog poop bags. So they're not placed very well. They look scary. One of them was just a bunch of warnings, and then there was like "Have a good day" at the very bottom. And like you mentioned before, the bridge murals under the bridges to maybe get the community involved in the aesthetics of the park, as well as not make the bottom of the underpasses so ugly. Thank you all.
Thank you.
One question. Okay, we have time for one question. Peoria?
Just because nobody else raised their hand. Yeah. So when you looked at it, did you have any thought about filling the creek?
Well, with our experience with Tempe Town Lake, that does not seem ideal because Tempe Town Lake, maybe it's just mismanaged, but it smells awful.
Could that be the dog poop bags though?
Yeah. Maybe.
Great. Awesome. And so with that, we are about to enter a nice big block of our showcase today. We had 2 classes addressing the same kind of bucket of tasks around what makes a smart city. And so the format for this is going to be a little bit different. We have the 2 classes kind of switching off, presenting in tandem, and so they're going to figure out their order as we go along because I just finished compiling your slides this morning. So with that, I'd like to introduce Dr. Nalini Chetri and Dr. Mike Wiles. Is Mike? I think he's outside. Can someone grab Mike for me? Just to introduce the classes, and then we will hand it over to the students from there. Nalini, come on up.
Hello, everybody. My name is Nalini Chetri, and it's nice to see some familiar faces. I'm a faculty with this class, and I'll just hand it over to my class because they did the most of the work.
Mike, would you like to say anything to introduce the class? Any information about your?
We also have 2 classes. It's a special class. It's a joint class between
the FEA students who do school business, and also the Agricultural Schools of Engineering and Sustainability. So it's a mix to bring students together from different disciplines to look at these problems for Peoria.
All right, excellent. And with that, I think we're starting off with Lucas. And we're going to bounce back and forth. Obviously, not all.
Well, okay. Hello and welcome, everyone. Thanks for being here, and thanks for giving us the opportunity to work on this project, along with so many other ASU students and professionals. This presentation, as we already heard, is a cooperation between the School of Sustainability and the Schools of Engineering and Management. A quick word of gratitude. Thank you to Professor Nalini Chetri, Ann Richmond, Mike Wells, and Pat Phelan, who I didn't see yet. Also, not to forget Steve, who was always available to us for questions that were professional or not professional. I'd also like to thank you, the many guest speakers we had in our class. Lev Gornick, Eric Johnston, and Chuck Redmond really were great help in framing the project of the Smart City of Peoria. With their input and in cooperation with the Schools of Management and Engineering, and of course Scott, we developed the vision for a Smart City of Peoria. We retrofitted as made it. We retrofitted the smart city definition from literature and fit it with the vision we all have for Peoria. Our vision is a smart city of Peoria. The vision says the smart city of Peoria utilizes new technologies, innovation, and data analytic strategies to optimize efficacy and efficiency in its operations, programs, and systems, to address community and economic development, sustainability, equity, and inclusivity, and to continually improve overall well-being of the community. Our presentation will give you a report on the state of smart technologies in Peoria, and we will outline potential future short and long-term options to develop the city of Peoria according to this vision. And with this, I will gladly hand the attention to our first group. Let's work on and with the police department.
Okay, my name is Alex Conan. I studied the police department. First off, this is off your website. No more evident smart technologies where it kind of rubs with society is in the police department. This is what the police department defines as its goals. Bottom line, protect and serve. Where do our freedoms start? Where does data gathering and the intrusiveness of smart technologies end? And that's the real challenge right now that they face. So as we did an inventory of the assets, I categorized it into 4 categories. As you see here, communication, social media, databases, and investigative software. The primary use of communication for the police department is radios. Now, one thing we're going to talk about the weaknesses is how big the city of Peoria's actual boundaries are, specifically in the Mesquite district, and how much space there is, and there are dead zones for those radio systems. Drones, I'll talk a little bit about that. This is one of those areas where, well, can we not use them? And there's only 2 drones right now, and they're only used for SWAT functions. But there's a lot more opportunity here. Smartphones. Smartphones are only used by detectives. The budget doesn't support having patrolmen having a smartphone right now. And if a smartphone, if you were to give a stipend to a patrolman, let them take a picture with the smartphone that they personally own, all their personal data becomes part of the investigative process, and the defense attorney couldn't actually sequester all their personal data. So obviously they're not going to do that. CAD are those computer systems you're seeing within the patrol vehicles. I always laugh about how we're not allowed to text and drive, but police officers actually have a laptop they're playing with the driver's seat. Social media, really the presence is website and Facebook. Right now there's a uniformed officer who updates the Facebook page, but that's really the only social media being utilized. Databases, there's a custom database that is used for mostly financial. They participate in the Arizona Criminal Network, and then they utilize Nextdoor.com, which is kind of an aggregation of neighborhood data provided by a third-party vendor. Investigative software, the only 2 I could really find were the Syllabite and Morpheo, which are basically ways to crack smartphones for property crimes and investigative purposes. So here are the weaknesses. Can you use smart technology? Facial recognition, license readers, all the other iris scanning devices, all that. There's no real policy here, no technology plan that you integrate those in. So protect and serve, where does it become too intrusive? Where do we not enjoy using that? It's hard for a department to invest millions of dollars when they don't know if they're ever going to be able to use it once they get it. Public perception concerns, kind of alluded to that. But where's society going to draw that boundary? And where are our elected officials going to give us the direction for that? Legal constraints, we talked about that cell phone use. A lot of these tools are still not fully defined in our society, not just Peoria, but across the United States. In a large geographic area, as I talked about in the ski district, we do have dead zones for the radios. In fact, there's one school, we were talking about it earlier, where two officers can't actually talk to each other. They have to transmit back to base and back to because of the lack of towers. So here's the recommendations. Clarity on how technology integrates into public safety. What do we want to do? What is the city of Peoria's definition for that technology? Can we use that facial recognition software at those spring training games to identify criminals? Can we use license plate readers as we drive across the parking lot to see if there's any outstanding warrants? Clear methodology for funding expansion. Obviously, this is an expensive process. How are we going to go about doing that when we're talking about billions of dollars in licensing fees? This is a quick one. Social media. Facebook is old news, unfortunately. Where are our Twitter accounts? Where's our Pinterest accounts? Where's our Instagram accounts? Why are we not moving towards that? And then a technology evaluation committee. The fire department does an excellent job of this. Let's replicate that service within the police department. With that, turn it over to fire.
Hi, my name's Melinda. So I really hit the jackpot when I was assigned to the fire department, and it's not because of all the cool fire tech. It was because I got to work with Gary Bernard. He's the deputy fire chief for Peoria, and I also see Jennifer Felton. He set up a meeting with her. She's the management analyst for Peoria, and also with Mike Saldan, a public safety systems engineer with the IT department. So he set up a meeting, sat down with me, explained all the technology to me. I'm really, really grateful for that. And then he went a step further and set me up with a ride-along at Fire Station 191. So I got to see all the tech in action. So I want to thank Jennifer, Gary, Mike, who's not here, everyone at Fire Station 191. So the assets that I identified, some of them I had researched. And when I got to the meeting, I was like really impressed because they were already utilizing a lot of the technology. Others I learned about through them, such as in-mask communications and heads-up display. So this is where they can wear their masks, be able to talk to each other, actually talk to command, not yet with each other, we want to get there. And heads-up display, so they can see sensors that can alert them if something's going wrong with the personal protective equipment that they're using. Electronic patient care reporting. This is something I got to see on the ride along. So that's where they can enter the patient's medical information, and that can get sent straight to the hospital so that they have that before the patient even arrives. And then the mobile heart monitor, I also got to see that. So this was described to me by Gary as the most sophisticated piece of equipment that they have. It's able to identify and treat a heart attack right on the scene. That being said, the mobile heart monitor has some competition now because they're getting this new robot. Did you get it yet? No? Okay. Still waiting for that. So I know Gary's excited, Mike's excited, I'm excited. This is a big deal. So it's a Caliber MK4 large robot by iCore Technology, and it's going to be equipped with camera meters so it can be sent into hazardous environments and kind of assess the situation, send that information back to command before any humans are endangered by going into a hazardous environment. So in order to assess where the fire department is with its technology, we had to kind of identify the ideals. And really, they're in great shape. I was very nitpicky when I created this. So you know that they already have drones, they're already using sensors, the communications, heads-up display, but is it being fully utilized? And sometimes that's not anything to do with what the fire department's doing. In fact, they have an IT committee that evaluates and assesses all of this emerging technology before they purchase it. So some of this is just the advancement of the technology. Has it been fully tested? Is it reliable? Also, utilizing it, like with the drones, there's some public opposition. So when I made my recommendations, it's mainly kind of addressing those barriers. So how do we get more involved in developing the tech? So maybe you can go out, start identifying what companies are working with some of the technology that you want to use. Ultrasonic telemetry is a really good one to start with. It can address crew location, crew biometrics, and also situational awareness. Community engagement is another smart city principle they could utilize to overcome opposition from the public that happened with the drones. You might want to do that with data collection and analytics. So a lot of people are uncomfortable with that. The new growth, Peoria is expected to grow a lot to the north. So this is a lot of opportunity to get involved with research. Some of the new growth is going to utilize new urban planning, new building materials. So I would encourage the fire department to do some research, get involved with universities, and kind of assess and maybe develop some plans on how to deal with these new structures and new layouts in the urban planning. And lastly, facilitate coordination with the West Valley and eventually to the entire county. This would be mostly in developing best practices, and that would be by gathering all of the data within the entire West Valley and then the entire county. And that can be done by through interoperable software use and devices. And that's that. Any questions?
We're going to take questions.
Never mind.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Chris. We have Trey, we have Mark, and Olivia here. We're also MBA students here today, and I'm also a law school student over at Santa Fe O'Connor. Today we're talking about the smart cities in the framework of 3 to 5 years. We're also police and fire, and like my colleagues that just presented, we're covering many of the same topics. We interviewed many of the same people, and very fortunately, we all came to the same conclusions to many degrees. That being said, we've divvied it out. They talked about kind of direct implementation stuff they can do. We're looking at the 3 to 5 year scale. And specifically, we looked at the same definition. We created a roadmap, did the research, and what we found is we want to seek to improve the efficiency of citizen satisfaction, police and fire safety, as well as increase productivity for the city. And so we created 4 frameworks that we're going to recommend: partnerships, public policy, interagency connectivity, and infrastructure. So Mark's going to start off with the partnerships.
Okay, so one of the trends that we're seeing in cities which are adopting smart technologies is that they're having increased levels of collaboration between agencies, organizations, and cities. Previously independent parties are now forming partnerships more and more often in these cities. So according to the Department of Justice, 48% of agencies with 100 or more officers report participating in partnerships. And furthermore, these studies show that these partnerships are very beneficial. Researchers are able to bring in methodologies and best practices, and as well as new viewpoints into the agency to change processes, make things better. Now, these are not only limited to the areas of criminology and fire prevention. These researchers can bring in skills in areas such as survey design, data analysis, or business process improvements. Largely, these agencies report increasing their capacity and their efficiency within these organizations. Again, new best practices, new methodologies, but more importantly, these researchers can bring things such as validity, objectivity, or informal counseling, which can be very important to practitioners out in the field who may need direction. As well as many agencies report increasing their community relations within their communities. Now, this can happen naturally because these agencies are forming these partnerships, they're communicating more, they're having more relationships. And so they're naturally seeing, what problems each organization have to deal with, and they're becoming closer. And of course, researchers can also act as facilitators between these parties to help move things along.
And I think the big takeaway is that within their jurisdictions, all of these agencies reported seeing increased public safety as a direct result of changes which happened from these collaborations. Now to go over some public policy will be Olivia.
So first, let's talk a little bit about the survey that we did. We had 836 respondents in our survey, and we take out of the survey the things that are more important for police and fire, of course. Here you have 2 examples of questions. How would you rate the level of comfort with the police department using smart technology? 56.8% of respondents said they would be very high or high. Comfortable with that, so I think that's a sign that like you can start looking forward to more high-tech stuff. And the second one, please think the following facts to engage with your local police department. First choices and second choices were social media and website. As you can see here in this table, we suggested all of these options, and they chose as first choice social media and traditional meetings, and second, the most voted were social media and website. So you can see you still have a place for the traditional meetings, but most people prefer the social media and the website. So I think this is something that we're recommending to look forward in new ways for people to engage. These are the survey takeaways. Citizens are open to technology. As I said, majority declared to feel high comfortable with using smart city technologies. Social media is seen as something fundamental to the communication with police at this point. And as we figured out in the survey, new technologies are yet to come and new regulations may be needed to evaluation of citizens' opinions, because we realized in the survey that there are very delicate points that you need to do more surveys with more questions so you can actually analyze new regulations and next steps. Now I'm going to pass to Chris. That's going to talk about connectivity.
So interagency connectivity, the city integration, there's a couple really good examples that I wanted to just point out real quick. We talked to both the police and the fire department, and specifically some of the issues we've had was communications with other agencies, specifically City of Glendale and the other cities that are in proximity with the City of Peoria. One quick illustration was the report writing mechanisms that you have to do. Let's say City of Glendale responds first, but just because they happen to be the closest, but it's in City of Peoria and they have to transfer that information. Currently what happens is the report has to be completely rewritten. And that's something that can be fixed, but it's something more long-term, I think, that the city officials and everybody at the top here would want to think about when they implement policy, that when they're doing these collective bargaining between the fire department and the police department, that we also maybe look to the other agencies like City of Glendale and other proximity, as maybe we negotiate those things together for cost savings. Maybe we create more of a synergistic, and my colleagues in the previous example and slides stated that there's some communication issues. As we get closer to having more of a collective responding with the technology communications, it seems that it would be in the city's best interest to collaborate with other cities to make sure we're bringing all that communication and leverage when they're negotiating those contracts. I'm going to pass it off to Olivia, and she's going to go over some of the interagency and CAD system.
Yeah, just a quick explanation of the CAD system, how is it bought today. The chief of police talk with a lot of people, and then they realize what are the needs of the system, and then they they tell the needs to these technology companies, and then they offer back prices, and then they choose the cheapest or the one that is inside the budget. So this is what we were talking about, because you have a disparity of the systems, and when you have a disparity, so like you have different systems, they cannot communicate with each other, or if they can, they need to do a lot of adjustments. So it needs to be more efficient and faster. And the best way to do this is to combine the buying of the CAD system for all the fire and police and cities close. So that's our recommendation.
The next part we're going to go over is the FirstNet. It's something that City of Peoria is already starting to invest in, from what we're told from the police and fire departments. But it's something that I wanted to bring attention to the city officials for more of a long-term 3 to 5 year planning. It's something you're going to want to invest in. Originally, it started in 2012 2012 is when the authority first started, but it originates from the events of 9/11 back in 2001. It was obvious that we had communication issues there. They've invested and made an authority, the U.S. government has, to have a responder network available so that we don't have the type of communication issues where you can't communicate via cell phone or radio. The systems were clogged at that point. Going forward, since 2012, they've tried to establish a first responder network, and AT&T won that contract and it's starting to be implemented across the nation. It's something to keep in mind as we go forward as a city to make sure that we are cognizant of those particular needs and changes, and as we're getting ready to invest in new technologies that don't even exist yet, we need to remind ourselves as city officials to continue to go in that same direction, not buy into either dead technologies or technologies that are going to be obsolete in a year or two after that. I want to talk about next generation 911, and we're going to have Trey talk about that for us.
Okay, so next generation 911 is the next level of 911 technology. This incorporates more data, so you get pictures, video, and text. This is something that's already in the works, not something that we're saying you need to buy into. It's something that's already being built by the U.S. government. As the next level comes in, more people are using cellular devices and have the ability to send these type of media to the city. So this is, again, something that's smart, so you do have extra data, and it does work very well and cognizant with the FirstNet network. So you do have that strong network to continue building upon and receive these, again, these items that you'll be receiving. Next, we're going to talk about a little bit about the data considerations, mentioning the influx of new mediums coming in, text, picture, video from next generation 911. There are data considerations to think of. And also, as more smart devices and people are using these devices, the bandwidth is going to be there and the capacity going to be there. That's where kind of FirstNet comes in. So there's a specific bandwidth and capacity used for, the public officials. So just some quick figures up there. Average smartphone uses 10 to 15 gigabytes of data. So that's just one user. So you multiply that out by the number of people in the city, you have a lot of gigabytes of data. And even people that are traveling through and multiple devices on this network. Next is going to be the secure data storage. So as you do receive more of this data and more data is coming in, there needs to be use of more secure data storage. And at the bottom here, we have a couple examples of pricing options. You can either build out the infrastructure yourself, but the recommendation really is to outsource this to another firm that has the capacity so you can expand as your needs grow as well. Here's kind of a recap of our recommendations, some of the barriers. So we talked about partnerships the city can have. We talked about public policy items to address, interagency connectivity, so there's all uniformity, and then some of the infrastructure needs around data and data storage. Some of these barriers are communication silos, citizen consensus, as we talked about some of the surveys, making sure all the citizens agree on what they want, lack of congruency between a lot of departments, and then funding and resources, making sure we have enough data and resources to make some of these things happen and implement them into the city. Thank you.
I want to jump in here just really quickly, and I know for everyone who has one of those evaluation cards, in Nalini's class in particular, the evaluations are considered as part of the grade. So I would like to strongly encourage anyone sorry, who might have thoughts about the students' presentations, especially on this topic, to please submit that feedback. If anyone has questions or needs one of those cards, just go like that.
Steve, that's also true for our class.
Oh, excellent. All of the students on this project, all of them. Please give feedback. Thank you.
Okay, so my name is Stephanie.
I'm Gayatri.
And we're focusing on the Smart City project on libraries specifically.
Yeah, and we just want to thank John Sefton for all his help and Daniel Washburn at Sunrise Mountain Library and Aaron here at Main Library for all the information they gave us.
So through our research, we defined the library as a place of leisure that holds literary, musical, artistic, and reference materials for the public. It's also acts as a community center that holds central resources and enhances the quality of life. And we chose to break it up into two different categories, one being connectivity and the other being accessibility. On the connectivity spectrum, I was thinking more of things that enhance the community's involvement with each other. That can either be through technology or things that could be enhanced by technology. So currently some of the technology assets they have right now is the Polaris website, which features Hoopla rocket languages, career preparation and research center, and practice driving tests. And then at the library in specific, they have 34 Sprint mobile hotspots, free public Wi-Fi, and all the computers are equipped with MS Office programs and Adobe PDF Reader. And then things that can be enhanced with more technology would be the Explore to Go kits, the Seed Library, and the Culture Passes. This could be enhanced by using like an online checkout system, basically saying how often these things are in stock and how many are available. The Culture Passes already does that, but the Seed Library and the Explore to Go kits does not.
The second component is accessibility. We defined accessibility as expanding access and engagement with the library to those who may find more barriers to physically accessing them, and that includes disabled populations. There are two components to accessible technology. One very important one is remote access. So remote access opens barriers, again, to engaging with library materials without having the people having to physically access and be present at the library. So that includes e-circulation, which is becoming the backbone of American Library Associations. E-circulation is up in both Peoria Main Library and Sunrise Mountain Library, and that includes kind of all the assets, the apps, and Libby and Overdrive, and the language learning apps that kind of Stephanie mentioned in the previous slide. And that's been opening a lot of barriers for people to access and engage with the libraries. Portable Wi-Fi hotspots, as she mentioned, is also expanding access by allowing people to engage with the technology on their own time in a way that allows for their needs. The second part is equipment. So all of these, the audio materials, visual materials, these are all pretty standard library assets, although they do have components that ensure accessibility. So audio and visual materials, so for example, audiobooks or visual materials like print materials with large print, those help those with audio and visual disabilities. Drive-up, book drop-off, and RFID assist people with mobility issues. And a lot of this is about reducing the number of steps it takes to engage with the libraries physically. However, the fact that they are pretty standard library equipment does speak to the fact that accessibility, it was not necessarily like a primary consideration when it comes to technology implementations. So we have some recommendations kind of in the more immediate frame to help with that. So the most kind of important one would be assistive technology, and this is kind of standard add-ons to the technology that exists in libraries now that helps with accessibility issues. So we have stuff like hearing loop technology and Braille keyboards and head move tracking that allows people to move cursors with their just like movements, maybe that aren't like hand movements. Modified services, so Forbes Library New Hampshire does a text line that allows librarians to come out to the curb and deliver books and materials. Web services, a popular one is JAWS text reader, which is exactly what it sounds like. Screen reader, text reader, mostly used with job applications. And the thing that ties all the accessibility current recommendations together is staff training to ensure that staff is able to work these technologies and expand access to its fullest extent.
I know the POGO team touched on it a little bit, that there's some disconnect with teenagers and getting them to use like the POGO services. And also there's a disconnect in libraries too. You usually have people come to libraries at a younger age and in the older ages, but there's really a disconnect in the teen years. So having possibly transportation from high schools directly to libraries, maybe for like an after school program or tutoring at the libraries would be beneficial. And then also creating a teen space that could include like the tutoring, or it could also have just like video games and 3D printing services that are interesting and intrigue teens. And then obviously this is a big budget thing, but making a third location, there's a difference in, there's about an hour difference via public transit between the two libraries. One's north located and one's centrally located, so having one in a more feasible location for everybody could make a better sense of connectivity. And thank you for your time.
Hello, so my name is Tiffany, and I will be presenting the 3 to 5 years for library recommendations. We really focus on 3 areas when it comes to the library for the long term. We wanted to make sure that we're improving the library process for the librarians themselves. So one of the technologies that we've looked into in this area is the bulk separator. So currently, the librarians are manually sorting through a lot of the books, and that takes a lot of time. But with the bulk separator, as you can see in the corner picture here, it's connected digitally to the softwares, and this is also very helpful in sorting through the different books categories and manually getting them into the bins specifically for those categories. And once the books are in the bins, they can be sorted throughout the library. So that saves a lot of time and efficiency, and for the librarians to do other things besides having to sort these out. So basically, the patron would just have to return the book right here into the checkout, and it will be manually sorted, automatically sorted over there. So that was one of the technologies that we've looked into. Now, the second area we wanted to focus on was the patron experience. Now, there's a lot in this category, but one of the specific ones we looked into was an automated dispensing checkout for laptops and tablets. So we wanted to create a library in the future that really brings the community in, not just for the purposes of a traditional sense, but something where people can come in, use resources, access services that maybe they don't have. So one of the things we wanted to provide was the laptops and the tablets for them. So if they come in with their RFID or their library card, at that point, they'll be able to check out and have it for a couple hours. And this machine technically works with a lot of the softwares already in place currently. So this is a very, very expensive, but it's very good investment to have to consider bringing in. And my colleagues from before, they mentioned having a lot of students, teenagers, having them more involved with the library. So this is a good way for them to come in, and for those that don't have access to tablets and laptops, this is a good way for them to have that access. This is more of the 4 or 5 year plan. And we wanted to really create, like I was talking about, a space for the library where you can use for events. You can have community come in for different services, for different resources, but creating a space where it's not just the traditional sense of the library. So we wanted to incorporate a lot of very interactive furnitures, such as you see, like we have sensory benches. These are the interactive tables. And these are great ways to bring the community in, especially that spans across, like, from children all the way to families. Having them come in, being able to utilize these, getting them to be part of that environment. So that's something that we wanted to create and hopefully transform for the library in the future. And as we talk about, all of these recommendations are based on our scale. So we have a scale that is based on whether on the ROI and the return of the investments on what Peoria will get, and that's based on the initiatives that we're hoping to achieve. And by having a lot of these technology in place, it really brings in the people. So hopefully Peoria would consider this. And for those of you who are able to stay after, we have a lot more recommendations on our posters that we won't be able to cover today. But as my colleagues mentioned, a lot of these resources, it would be quite expensive, but having them in place for the community, families, children, it really creates a space for the community to come in and transform that space, not just coming in to borrow books, but being a place for services and resources that they can utilize within the community.
So my name's Karen,
My name's Eddie.
and we focus on parks. So Peoria has about 36 neighborhood parks and 2 large community parks. For efficiency and brevity, we focused on the community parks, Rio Vista and Pioneer Park. Both of these parks have countless amenities that improve social connectivity. Some are urban lakes, softball fields, and ramadas. During our visits at these parks, we noticed a lot of areas for improvement. I'm not going to touch on all of these, but I will highlight a few. One of the areas for improvement was shade. Improving shade along the walkways and along the urban lakes can really improve comfortability for regular park goers and fishers. Another really noticeable one were the English-only signs. So throughout the parks, there's a series of signs, and they're all English only. We think that a great message of inclusivity would be to incorporate more languages such as Spanish or Braille. There is a growing Spanish-speaking constituency, and there are visually impaired folks. So having multiple languages on these signs would really champion accessibility, or inclusivity through accessibility. A third area of improvement, we are sustainability students and we are vegetarians. So the third area of improvement were the concession stands. We saw these areas, ways that we can promote, partnerships with local entrepreneurs, local food vendors, and be able to incorporate more healthy options.
I'm going to be touching on some of the assets, and Peoria has some really interesting assets, the first of which is a centralized irrigation system, which helps improve water conservation. And a method that I thought was really interesting was that Peoria uses cups that they spread along the field to measure how water gets dispersed, which areas need less, which areas need more. And this just helps improve conservation. It's a really low-cost way of doing that as well. Also, smart lighting, courtesy of Musco sport lighting technology, that's also LED intentionally controlled as well. And taking the opportunities and all that into account, here's some recommendations that we have. The first is interactive play structures, which is exactly the name. The play structure that's interactive. So you take a typical play structure that you see in a park or a playground, and it has integrative computer game systems that are connected to the internet, can be centrally controlled and programmed to fit the demographic of that time. So for example, if there's an event going on, say like a 4th of July event, those are really popular for people to go to the parks. I myself spent a lot of time at parks on 4th of July, but the interactiveness can be tweaked to fit the demographic and fit kids, older folks, and even people with disabilities. So it's just expand on the accessibility and inclusivity. We'd also like to see public Wi-Fi expanded as well. If the play structures are going to be Wi-Fi enabled, connected to the internet, why not expand that internet connectivity to the rest of the park goers as well? We'd also like to see the Musco lighting expanded to all high-use fields, not just the softball and soccer fields that are at the parks. And we'd also like to see local food vendor partnerships. I know Karen touched on that a little bit. Although this isn't necessarily a technology-based solution, we feel that part of a sustainable city and a smart city is community engagement, and this would be a great way of engaging the public with local businesses and local business leaders in the community that help improve the local economy. We'd also like to see solar shade structures. The parks have a lot of shade structures already, and things like the play areas and the seating areas where parents and goers can watch the games that go on. And the cool thing about this is that we can take advantage of the existing infrastructure there without having to erect all new shade structures. It's really more of a replacement instead of having just a standard like net, have solar panels instead. And we'd also like to see cameras and sensors retrofitted along throughout the park. And these serve multiple functions. The cameras can be used along with software, can be used to measure the use and what areas of the park are being used more, what areas are being used less. And the sensors can gather information, things like weather, temperature, moisture, even pollen count for allergens. And that information not only can be used by the city, but can also be sent out to the public so they can make smarter decisions about when they plan their picnics or when they plan their family events and things like that.
That's it.
Hello everyone, my name is Sita Faramdeo. I'm presenting for the School of Business. I'll be talking about smart technologies in the future for parks and open areas. So when we were thinking about parks and open areas, we wanted to look at 4 major options, which is Wi-Fi and solar trees, smart benches, energy efficiency tiles, and daylight fluorescent aggregate naturally lit paths. So quite mouthful. But we created a grading scale that really looked at, what are the options that will provide the best return for the community. What's digital connectivity as well as community engagement. Moving in there, this is our rating scale. Like I said, we were going to look at the focus of the Wi-Fi and solar trees and fluorescent paths, with digital connectivity and price as being one of our bigger rating scales. So for the Wi-Fi trees, like my colleague said, we want to look at what are some solar options that will enable individuals to come into the public spaces and parks, that they're able to connect to Wi-Fi. With the survey, we saw that this was a big need for a lot of the residents of Peoria. So there are two options. The top one is the Palm Smart Palm, and the bottom two are part of B-Tree Technologies. Both these options have solar Wi-Fi as their primary objective, but they are powered with solar power. So the initial cost is going to go down after the cost will go down after the initial investment. They have security CCTV cameras. That's a 360 view of what's going on in the park. Touchscreen and smart info applications. This is to help with to alleviate costs, where local advertisement can basically project on these areas, and where people get the city of Peoria can take in a lot of costs from there. As well as digital outdoor screens and relaxing point and recharge stations. Again, both of these are for community engagement, where people are able to sit down and enjoy being outside, but also being connected. Moving forward is the fluorescent aggregate natural lit PATs. This is a great technology. It's currently being used in the Netherlands, and it's being proposed by the Rose Garden. It's a studio that's in in Netherlands, but on the bottom we have Starry Night from Vincent van Gogh, and on the top they have something called glowing highways. This technology allows for solar light to be stored into these glowing highways, so that they provide about 10 hours of lit energy, where you're able to see where does highway start, where does highway stop. It also reduces a lot of light pollution that major highways will have. At the bottom with Starry Night, this is based off of basically public art. What are some options that the city can impose that will bring the community together, that will bring people together more, so that they having a safe space to basically enjoy the evening. And I think that's it for me.
Hello everyone, I'm Victoria Aran.
And I'm Jake. For our trail buckets, we focused on the New River Trail. We chose to focus on the New River Trail because of its size, connectivity, and popularity among residents within Peoria. The 20-mile mixed-use trail does have its issues, but we believe these issues can be used as an advantage to advance Peoria towards smart city goals.
So as you can see in this picture, there is no sign of any existing electrical grid or power infrastructure. So any forms of technology that are going to be implemented here need to include those initial connectivity costs. Here in Arizona, a lot of us know extreme heat is an issue, especially for outdoor activity. There's long lengths of the path that have little, partial, or no shade at all, and there's not a lot of information about available to users about the mean radiant temperature of the trail, which is the actual street level thermal comfort that a user might feel. This can be affected by things like surfaces that are radiating heat, or things like perspirating plants.
We evaluated several different assets found on the New River Trail, which can be broken into two different categories, physical and e-based. Some of the physical assets, like the trail mile counter you can find here, are already at a basic level connected through technology. The help locator with an NR40 code right here is integrated into the EMS dispatch system. And if you had an incident on the trail, you call 911, record that number, and then the NR40 code provides quick and efficient response times. The other bucket, the e-based assets, are already really, really nice and really close to being smart city tech, including the interactive online trail map and the Peoria City Reporter app, which can be used to integrate smart technologies and connectivity within the city, which Victoria will explain now.
Yeah, I actually forgot two weaknesses that I forgot to mention that are really important, so I'm going to go over them really quick. The trails lack areas that have benches, water fountains, and things that, like info that are really important about the surrounding location. Things like the historical, cultural, ecological context. Lastly, the Peoria Reporter app, which was mentioned very briefly by Jake, is used for reporting things like broken infrastructure and safety concerns. So it's not really used as much as Peoria would want, and the interactive trails map is not really interactive at all. So some recommendations for Peoria. We suggest that Peoria provide a channel for information be passed from users to the city and vice versa through one holistic app. This will help Peoria bridge the gap between trail users, active conditions, and city services. As a first step, we recommend updating the city's current interactive trails map to be more user-friendly. These feedback systems can be integrated into digital displays that should be location-specific and teach users about the surrounding area. In a survey that we took that was mentioned by the Skunk Creek group, nearly 73% of respondents showed interest in exhibits that teach these historical, cultural, and ecological aspects. Furthermore, using the tree mapping, trail counters, and mean radiant temperature technology, the city can integrate cooling structures where the highest trafficked areas are, or accurately show users where the coolest routes already exist in warmer months. When asked what aspect of Peoria's trail systems residents felt was missing, a sense of community was identified. We feel that by utilizing things like bike share technology, this may help meet this demand. And lastly, with more information being passed around wirelessly, data usage in Peoria will surpass current telecommunication capacity. To improve signal strength, the city should work with wireless carriers to deploy small cell technology on existing trail infrastructure. Thank you very much.
I think we have a trails group from Mike and Pat's class.
How's it going? My name's Chase, and I did research on trails for the business program side. So I went out and did a ride along kind of with the trail superintendent and John Deere, which was pretty fun to go out and see the trails firsthand, how they were mapped. So kind of the key concerns we came up with was how to notify trail information out to the public, making the GIS system public, readily available, kind of going forward with what my colleague said about more interactive mapping. And then layering your, right now you have currently a paper map at some of your trail kiosks, so layering that, the websites and QR codes, which I'll explain later, for kind of interface to go ahead and have the map, app, and trail system all in one congruent fashion. So again, in the business school, we used this grading scale. We had come up with the GIS mapping system and the trail notification system. We're going to be your two best recommendations. We also looked at things such as solar lights and trail cams, but they kind of fell off the scope of our project, and we focused on these two. So the trail mapping, which is currently being used, but it's more for the internal side of the trails department. But we, in a discussion I had with the trail superintendent, it'd be more efficient if you could get it out to the public. For instance, this is a trail map. This is actually Tucson. So in Tucson, you can go directly to their website, and when you click on their link, it pulls up their map, and citizens can interact with this map. And here we can see things such as bike repair stations where local farmers markets are, and things of that nature. So when you're walking the trail, it's not just A to B, or it's not just go for a stroll. You can actually maybe stop at your local farmers market or something like that. And then this was the concept we came up with for overlaying the QR scan code at the kiosk, the GIS map, or if you eventually get your trails map all the way developed or app, you can have a link that would scan directly at the kiosk, take you to the interactive map and or application that the city decides to go with. A couple that were discussed were third-party apps, such as there's All Trails, which is based off a subscription. So you have to subscribe to that and then supply the subscription code to your residents, which might be a little bit of a snafu. But there's more and more apps coming out. Similar to All Trails, they're offering like free services. So you can layer the scanned code directly to that application, or again, just directly to the GIS map, and then eventually look for kind of a notification system that would push to the cell phone when there's changes on the trail on the GIS or All Trails app.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nick Johnson.
My name is Fayuz.
Great. And so in order to assess the variety of public spaces that Peoria has, besides parks, libraries, and trails, we decided to select 3 iconic spaces that have cultural significance throughout Peoria. So the first we're going to be talking about is the P83 Entertainment District. So around 10 years ago, P83 was branded as an economic development project in order to facilitate economic development in that district. P83 is home to a variety of businesses, which include Modern Ground, the Tempe Sports Complex, Peoria Sports Complex, and the Harkins Theater, as well as a wealth of bars and restaurants. And it exists in this unique space where it's able to create social interaction and exists as a public space, but also facilitate economic development. So here are P83's technology assets. It has a pretty extensive fiber communication network. It has human-scale sidewalk lights along certain pedestrian paths, as well as the Pogo and Peoria Reporter app. There are traffic enforcement cameras at most of the major intersections, and has technology-based businesses such as Modern Ground, which I previously mentioned. Also has traditional LED streetlights, as well as a Hawk signal, which is a high-intensity activated crosswalk beacon, which is basically a pedestrian crossing, and that is at the midway point along 83rd Ave throughout. So as far as recommendations for P83, the initial recommendation is going to be to increase traffic enforcement. During my site visit, I actually was very nearly hit by a car and witnessed a pretty serious car accident. So during my time there, I didn't exactly feel safe as a visitor within there. So we are recommending taking measures such as increasing the presence of traffic cameras or other technologies which will slow down traffic. Exploring security options is also going to be very important, as during the nighttime hours, several pedestrian paths aren't very well lit. This could be anything from the 911 dial-in that was discussed with the New River Trails, or following the blue light model that ASU uses, or something as simple as using cameras or traditional security team. Public Wi-Fi would also be a major asset for the P83 development and encourage people to stay in this space and interact with other people. Trash can sensors and misters are 2 kind of smaller technologies that can be used to increase comfort, especially in the summer months with misters, and give P83 the overall feeling of cleanliness with trash can sensors. During my visit, I also noticed several cans which were overflowing near the Harkins Theater, so that's kind of why we have that. And then the final recommendation is for app and social media improvements. As far as the Peoria Reporter app went, based on reviews, it seemed like follow-through was one of the most important things that people were struggling with or frustrated with. And I believe that if the city followed through more with some of those reports, that it could encourage people to engage with it more. The Pogo app, as kind of discussed previously, I opened it up and I was all sorts of confused when I saw it first. So that could use a bit of an overhaul. And then social media improvements is kind of the last recommendation here. And that is P83 doesn't really have a social media presence as itself, besides in the Peoria newsroom where there's some events are promoted. And we're kind of recommending creating some sort of profiles on various social media platforms to promote those and such. And with that, I will turn it over to Fayuz.
My area of focus was the Peoria Center for the Performing Arts, the PCPA, and the adjacent Osuna Park. After speaking with John Sefton, and who is the Parks and Rec Director, and with Mary Lou Stevens, who's the Arts and Events Director, I was able to put together a series or an inventory list of the technology assets at the PCPA and the adjacent park. And I chose to focus on lighting and sound technologies, as they are most closely related to the theater space that I was focusing on, and they contribute a lot to the aspect of placemaking. And so some of the technologies that are available at the theater space are projection technology, state-of-the-art stage lighting, and audio technology. And throughout the rest of the building, we have impressive sound systems and special effects technologies in both stages,
And just recently, all lighting was retrofitted with LEDs. And as valuable as these technologies are that are in place, there are numerous opportunities where technologies could be implemented to further enhance the patron's experience and the community engagement with both the PCPA and the adjacent Osuna Park. And so the recommendations are as follows. First of all, as I was doing my walkthrough, I noticed that pretty much most of the lighting that leads to the stages in the PCPA has to be manually lit, and that could really hinder the wayfinding and experience in the theater spaces, and that is the first recommendation for that. Second of all is using smart screens. The PCPA particularly hosts different activities in different groups, and also hosts a lot of meetings within the groups that facilitate all the theater works in there. And so having smart screens that are interactive for meetings as well as user and patron engagement could really enhance that experience. The third recommendation is the use of public Wi-Fi in the building and park. This is important because it would really increase the connectivity of the patrons, not only with the facility, but also with the bigger community. And it would also enhance the internal operation efficiency for the users within the building. The fourth recommendation is augmented reality and virtual reality technologies. The PCPA does not have a big enough facility to create big sets for the plays that they have. And a lot of the times they would have to build them off-site and then bring them in to reconstruct them on stage. As technology is developing, it would be very interesting to see how augmented reality and virtual reality sets could really expand the potentials that we have for all of these performances, and could really make it easier where you don't have to build the sets anymore. You could just project them, or you could really use augmented reality to just have it there without having to actually build it on the stage. The final recommendation actually came from John. He let me know that a lot of the events and festivals that are held at the Osuna Park and the PCPA include a lot of lighting, especially as we're going into holidays right now with the tree lighting. And so it's interesting to see how laser projection lighting could be used, not only for the holidays, but also to really expand on that placemaking and experiential design of the space to engage the community further with the space. And with that, I'll move on to Lucas.
First of all, I want to say thank you to Mike Highland, who's unfortunately not here, but he had me over to the sports complex and took hours of his time to tour the stadium with me, the complex, and patiently answered all my questions. Second thing I need to say is my analysis mostly focused on the efficacy and efficiency of the complex, since it's an enterprise fund. So the most complex technology that is being used at the sports complex right now is StructureWare Schneider Electric, and it's a system to manage the HVAC systems of the newly renovated D+ clubhouses. It can be accessed by Cisco AnyConnect through the staff remotely, but we don't really need to access it since it's a smart technology that can analyze real-time data of everything from temperature, air conditions, like CO2 concentrations in the rooms, to outside conditions to manage the individual units. But it not only manages and analyzes the individual units, but it can also manage between the units, which significantly reduces power consumption and peak demand of the facilities. The second technology that is very well being used throughout all public spaces, or at least outside public space in Peoria, is Mexicom. We already heard about it in the parks section. But unfortunately, it's the only technology that's being used for water conservation and water management at the complex. So that's a potential opportunity for further development. And the second opportunity for development is the deployment of engagement technologies, I want to say. The water pads outside the stadium are great. I'm not criticizing them, but stuff like Wi-Fi, we already talked about that, and Stadium app, that would be potential opportunities. Which brings me to the recommendations. First of all, especially considering the uncertainties of future water in the valley and the already existing technologies of water management in the parks, especially the implementation of further water management technologies like water sensors or the cup measurement system would increase the efficiency of the water management and the irrigation system. Also, artificial or partial replacement of grassy environments around the stadium and of the fields through artificial turf or desert environments would significantly reduce the risk of future water shortages. The second recommendations already raved about the structure-aware technology would be a rollout of this technology from the clubhouses to the main building because of all the economic and process benefits already mentioned. And the last recommendation would be an increase in visitor engagement technologies. Wi-Fi is almost everywhere. Almost all public stadiums have it right now. And most of the big stadiums already use apps for visitor engagement. And these apps could include anything from communication between fans to communication with the team during the game. The app could increase convenience by line tracking to decrease waiting times at the concession stands. It could use pre-ordering for food or even food delivery to your place, which would be very convenient sometimes. And lastly, it would obviously include all the fun game stats, the relive, the analytics of all the games. And lastly, it could also, if we go way out there, use smartphone cameras for Daktronic games on the video board and all that to really increase the participation of the visitors with the game.
Quickly, in conclusion, through site visits, online research, and talking with Peoria staff, we quantified the physical and the tech assets currently employed and determined key recommendations for how to advance Peoria towards smart city goals. Many of our recommendations are tech-based, but remember, being a smart city does not just mean using technology and data to make intelligent decisions. A smart city is not Skynet. It is a human-centered and human-focused mindset to advance the community. Again, we would like to thank everyone who helped us, Professor Chetri, Ann Richmond, Steve Russell for facilitating the project. Again, in addition, we would give a huge thanks to Scott White and the City of Peoria staff for the opportunity that we had today. Thank you, and we would like to conclude our findings that Peoria is capable of and ready for the development towards a smart city. Thank you.
Wow, so that was a lot of information. I can tell already that that report is going to be really fun to write. Like, consolidation is where I'm going with it. It's great work, great work. Should clarify. Hold on, that was not a dig. Okay. So first of all, great job, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and skip Q&A for now, just because we're about to go into the poster session, and I think y'all will actually have a better opportunity to have direct interaction with these folks. We have several Smart Cities posters scattered throughout the room. But I did want to take a quick moment to share. We just got an email from our former partner, the City of Apache Junction, recently wrapped up their partnership with the ASU Project Cities program. Some of you may know they were our inaugural community partner. And one of the projects that was worked on actually by two faculty here in the room today, Dr. Chetri and Al Brown, where are you at? Over here. The two of them in a couple of different semesters when Project Cities was kind of in its pilot phase and then in the first semester with Apache Junction worked on a project around sustainable solid waste management. The City of Apache Junction had a completely privatized solid waste system, and as a result, there were a lot of like three trucks running the same route, just picking up every third can. Huge wear and tear on the roads, clearly an enormous waste of fuel and huge carbon emissions. Through those two classes, they developed an RFP-based overhaul to their solid waste management system. Up till now, it had been in work sessions with council. They loved the idea. They put out the initial RFP and selected a partner recently. And we just got a notice that last night, the city of Apache Junction finalized plans to move forward with the RFP-based overhaul. And I'd like to just really quickly read an email that I received from our community liaison, Larry Kirch, the Development Services Director. Hats off to ASU and Project Cities for helping the city of Apache Junction leadership take a complex and thorny issue and pass an ordinance and contract last night. We could not have done this without ASU and Project Cities. Great original work by Nalini's class before Project Cities was a thing, back when it was just a twinkle in the eye, and the several classes that Al Brown led through their partnership. The initial work on peer city analysis and analysis of code cases and illegal dumping, trash burning, etc., and wrapping it all up with a draft of the RFP document, a draft of the policy, the guiding ordinance. This set the stage for educating the public, staff, and city council on the interrelatedness, big word, of the issue. It took 2 years. So this is 2 years after that work was initially completed. So for those of you who are current partners, you know, expect it's a different timeline than the quick, short semester that we go through together. But this was, I'm reading again, a positive case study in successful policy making with public input. This is a monumental effort and what I believe is a 50-year event, like a 100-year flood, if you will, for policy making. The council takes many votes each month, and not all of them have this much consequence and such a far-reaching effect. This one certainly will face change the face of the city for years to come. And a thank you from Larry Kirch. So I want to real quickly acknowledge Dr. Chetri and Al for their incredible work. They've actually been with us longer than most. Of course. So this stuff works, and I'm feeling really good right now. I've got this great energy, and I'm really hoping that y'all are feeling that too, because this is really exciting stuff here. So we are about to take a quick bio break. I imagine some folks would use some time to take care of their human physiology. And then once we finish that, we're going to come back in here and do a quick group photo, and then break out into lunch and posters. So if you pre-RSVP'd, so if you have a printed name tag, that means you RSVP'd ahead of time, we're going to invite you to hit the buffet line first. We made the catering order based on those numbers. But we should have enough food for everyone, I'm thinking. We went a little over. And then one last reminder, just for those last two classes, your feedback on the presentations is going to be considered as part of the student's grade. So I'm a little bit of a broken record here, but I do want to once again encourage any and all of you to provide some feedback based on those presentations, so we can provide some rich input on the students' work. Anne?
Just for the two classes that just presented, if you could stick around right now.
Yes. Excellent, thank you. I keep forgetting that part. My last plug is just during the lunch session, you know, it's kind of limited on the table space, but I imagine we'll make it work. You know, take some time to mill around the posters. Students will be stationed at those posters. And I'd also love, if you take this opportunity as well, to go do a video vignette with Michael in room 206. Again, those are just the short little snippets of what were your highlights from this experience, and we will be stitching those together down the line to make a longer video. So with that, do you have anything else?
No, I just want to say, I know this is kind of the conclusion of the City of Peoria's portion, and I hope that you came away with a lot of information. We're just so grateful for your support, but also your interest in working with us and our students. And so I was very impressed by all the there will be much more detail in the summary reports for you, and you will have access to the PowerPoints and all the information. So we do want to thank you so much for your time and your commitment in working with the students. After our break, we will have presentations for the City of Glendale and then also with the Town of Clarkdale. And so we encourage you to enjoy the lunch, but also to stick around so that you can hear about the great work that's happening in those two.
Yeah, we've got some really interesting stuff coming down the pipe for the projects that we're working on with those communities. It would definitely be worth your while just to echo that. So I guess with that, let's do a little 10-minute bio break and come back here at 12:30 for a group photo. Sound good? All right, break. Oh, I hope y'all enjoyed your lunch. And yeah, good. All right. And I'm going to set our webcam back up. Well, folks, thank you all for sticking around for the afternoon session. We have 2 communities for the afternoon session. We're really excited. This is our final project with the City of Glendale, which is it's good. It's good. It's good. It's going to be great. And our first project with the Town of Clarkdale. So exciting stuff all around. We're going to start off with the project with the City of Glendale, and I'm going to put you on the spot here, Amanda. Well, we're talking about it now. This is my friend Amanda, by the way, folks. We've spent too much time working together at this point. But Amanda's going to give us some opening remarks about the partnership with Project Cities in Glendale. Go ahead, Amanda.
Hi there, my name is Amanda McKeever. I am in the Field Operations Department. I won't tell you my title because I don't know what it is right now. See, city people laugh. They got to say it. City of Glendale has truly enjoyed this partnership with ASU. I am an unabashed lumberjack, so it's been a growing experience with a few Sun Devils. But with that said, we've had a really wonderful experience with all the projects. I believe this is project number 7 or 8.
Wow. 6, depending on how you see it.
Okay, so 7 or 8, like I said. And we've had so many different projects. We've had water projects. This particular project is very near and dear to my heart because right now I'm working very closely with the Solid Waste Department, who is responsible for our recycling program. And the students are going to tell you all about the China ban, if you don't already know what that is. And my favorite part of today so far was to ask them if they saw the news on the China ban, because it's even worse than we thought. So the information that the students are preparing are really going to help us for the future. Anybody who works in a city that is responsible for recycling knows that this is a very critical time. It's a whole transforming industry. So having the work that the students did for us is really going to help us prepare for the future. Just what we've seen so far, very impressed. And I do want to give a kudos to the students. Working with this class has been a joy. It really, truly has. They have enthusiasm, they have interest, they're intelligent. It's been a really great experience. So even if they told us that our recycling program is perfect, we would still be happy with the results. And they're about to tell you our recycling program is not perfect. So on behalf of the City of Glendale, thank you so much for including us. This has been a wonderful, wonderful partnership. I got a couple new friends out of it, met some amazing people from other cities. So if you are considering applying, or if you know another city that's considering applying, I am the biggest fan of this program. And so I will talk to anybody and I will talk their ear off about this program. So thank you very much.
We're your biggest fans too, so the feeling is mutual. Folks, real quickly, I don't know that all y'all new folks, did you get one of these? Okay, so we have an evaluation system set up online, and our students would love to hear your feedback on how they did. Did anyone else like one? I have one more, and then I have more out on the table. You're good.
Yeah, we can start.
Cool. Sure. All right, well, I also now has 3.
Oh, not yet. Give me
So. So without further ado, please do provide some feedback to our students. The form is rather long. You can kind of skip around to the classes that are appropriate for you to evaluate. But I guess I just want to echo the sentiment. It's been such a pleasure working with the City of Glendale, and we're certainly going to miss y'all. And if you ever want to knock on the door again, please do. So with that, I would love to introduce Al Brown. Al is one of our most tenured faculty members in the program. In fact, we have done more projects with Al Brown than any other faculty member in the program.
Really?
And I should also say we've had more positive experiences as well. So,
tenured is just a polite way of saying I have the most gray hair, probably, of all the faculty that have.
Tomato.
Well, thank you very much for your attendance today and for the support of ASU and Project Cities, and especially our students. They're going to be introducing themselves to you in just a moment. This project for the City of Glendale is going to be, I think, a model for all the cities in the United States and around the greater Phoenix metro area to be taking a look at, because everybody's suffering through the same challenges right now. You're not alone in the City of Glendale having to deal with the so-called China ban. But my advice to you, because I have been around, you could tell, for more than 40 years in environmental management, and I've seen cycles, and I've seen changes, and this too will pass. So we will come out of this being stronger. We're going to come out of this being more competitive as a country. We're going to come out of this being more thoughtful about how we handle our waste than ever before. So in a way, I think it's a good thing that our country's being challenged to try to come up with ideas on how we can deal with this change. And the students have started that process for all of us, for especially the City of Glendale. So thank you again. Our program is really all about training students to become environmental managers, environmental leaders. We have a blend of social, technical, policy, science. It's a multidisciplinary type of degree. And they're all over the place. They're in city governments, they're in academia, they're in military, they're in environmental consulting. We have alumni that are just scattered all around the world, making change for a better environment for the country that they're working in or the city they're working in. Some of our students have jobs in the cities as well. So thank you for giving them this opportunity. And let's go ahead and have our first group come up, and that's going to be Isabella Foster and Mauricio Gonzalez. So let's welcome them.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mauricio Gonzalez. We're with ASU Project Cities, and the focus of our group was increasing recycling participation and improving the quality of materials collected.
Oh, sorry. No, that's okay. I was like, that's not ours. Yeah, no. It's okay.
Man, Al asked me about this like 5 times too.
You got a lot of things.
All right.
They get there, that computer operator.
All right. And here you go.
All right, so I'll just start from the beginning. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are with ASU's Project Cities program. My name is Mauricio Gonzalez.
And I'm Isabella Foster.
Our focus was based on increasing recycling participation and improving quality of materials collected.
So this is just a brief overview of our project, so we'll get right into it. So the goals of our project were to increase public participation as well as a diversion of non-recyclable solid waste to landfills, as well as improve the quality of materials recovered.
So in short, our participation in Project Cities has shown us that by bolstering existing programs, implementing new and inclusive educational materials, and establishing community partnerships, it is possible to reduce contamination levels and increase recycling awareness in Glendale, Arizona.
So in this section, we look at a few different ideas that basically exhibit some positive effects on recycling. Miami-Dade County in Florida won the SWANA 2016 Award of Excellence after they reduced contamination levels by 5% in just 1 year. They did this essentially just by focusing on what could and could not be recycled. BenVisa and UCLA teamed up to basically study the effects of having a double compartment bin for in-house use. The results of that showed an 88.8% increase in recycling and anywhere from 23 to 258% increase in recycling of certain materials. This shows us that small changes can make very large impacts. Fountain Hills, Arizona. Their recycling bins are gray with blue lids. Not only is this good because it blends in with our desert landscape, but it also just makes it a little easier for people to differentiate. So looked into another study in Snohomish County, Washington, that focused essentially on education outreach within their school districts. This showed an 82% of teachers reported that the recycling habits within their classrooms were better, and that 99% of students wanted to share the information they had learned with others.
A study done by Cone Communications, partnered with Johnson & Johnson, found that children and the Hispanic community were the strongest proponents of recycling, reporting that 53% of Hispanic communities participated in recycling at home, while the average population only hit about 46%. They were also less likely to just toss items in the recycling bin if they were uncertain it belonged. By using social media outlets like websites or apps to promote events, show real-time data, and scheduling to the public, the City of Glendale could bridge the gap between policymakers and citizens who may be experiencing a disconnect. And in terms of recycling at event venues, CenturyLink Field in Seattle partnered with Waste Management, were able to increase diversion rate to 90% by building a recycling center, training the staff, providing containers, and maintaining consistent language on informational signs.
So from this information, our recommendations are as followed. So create and market an ad campaign using posters or flyers that either demonstrate product transformation or just show what is, but also what is not acceptable within Glendale's recycling program. So similar to Fountain Hills, we want to implement a blue lid program instead of the blue barrel program, and imprint those lids with what is being currently accepted so that, sun damage, things like that don't ruin it, and include these in Spanish as well. Next recommendation is recycling infographic magnets. We want to create these for residents which show what is and what is not accepted, and handing them out at events, at schools. And then we also want to create an online form so that people can request one to be sent to their house, and also have an option for those to be in Spanish as well. Our next one is to educate kids at schools on recycling, utilizing classroom presentations, assemblies, innovative board games, and essentially distributing educational materials for them to all take home with them as well.
In terms of bilingual outreach materials, Spanish is the most common non-English language spoken in Glendale. Just over 37% of Glendale's community is Hispanic. That being said, increasing the availability of promotional recycling materials in Spanish will help the city's effort to be inclusive, as well as to substantially divert the influx of waste to the landfill. Websites and social media play a huge role in modern-day communications. City officials are currently harnessing the power of the internet and to benefit their citizenry. Creating a City of Glendale app may be expensive. However, maintaining and updating current sites is a great alternative. Enlisting a team or individual to be in charge of website upkeep has proven to bolster public participation and confidence in the site itself. Keeping the site full of infographics and videos can also help to maintain public interest. And our goal in suggesting recycling events is in an effort to reach as many people as possible in the span of a few hours. In addition to providing proper waste receptacles, training event staff on new recycling protocols, and creating larger signs that are easy to read at the event and capture the visitor's attention are small changes with large impacts.
So in conclusion, being an environmental leader has as much to do with preparation and planning as it does with execution and fulfilling goals. By creating innovative solutions that permeate into the community, gathering resources for community leaders to utilize, a wider net can be cast for future success. We appreciate the opportunity to help further strengthen the recycling industry and its future success in the city of Glendale. Thank you.
Actually, we have any questions in place?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do we have
Answer
questions
any
for
of
the presenters? We'll go to Glendale first.
Well, we were able to have a really great conversation during the poster session. So if you'd like, I can ask the same questions again since you already know your answers.
Easy for us.
Yeah. And one of the things that came up was your blue top versus the blue barrel.
Yes.
City of Glendale is currently in the process of doing a blue barrel pilot program. What you offer is a good alternative. On the board, as we discussed, it has a price, difference, but that price does not include time, labor, or anything like that.
Right.
And I think that would be really helpful for us as a community because right there on paper, sold, done, let's do it. But then there's the reality of the logistics.
Implementing and getting them all replaced, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we definitely, I had a few ideas on that, because obviously people, their lids or, whole entire bins get, kind of just sun damage. Arizona's really big on sun damage, as we all know. So we were thinking we could also have people have like days where people can bring their bins and have the lids replaced. So you guys wouldn't have to necessarily send people out to fix that as much, so that way, it'll still happen faster than probably replacing the whole entire bin. But that was kind of one of the thoughts that I had so that people, as well as educating, obviously telling them, hey, things are changing, we're having, maybe like an education day, kind of just get some information out for people because obviously things are changing rather quickly in terms of, as we talked about with, as we discussed. So that was kind of one of our thoughts with that.
As far as the Hispanic community, you guys have any examples of maybe how to interact or maybe certain locations that they frequent more often to be able to get that education material out there to them?
Well, public outreach that we focused on was mainly based in schools, but if you were looking for high concentrations of Hispanics, I would suggest personally going to churches because that's where I would find myself if I was back home with my family. It's just a great place to be able to communicate with, outliers and really bridge the gap.
And I know that wasn't part of the scope, but I was just wondering if while you were doing the research, you happened to stumble onto something or just like they just gave you a personal opinion on that. So thank you.
There was also some, I did some research on it as well. I don't know if this is something that you guys, would kind of be into, but it seemed like a big, there's like certain radio stations, right, that are all in Spanish. So if you guys were to just come up with like a really short, nothing crazy kind of, that would reach a lot of people. There's no way to really quantify how many people that would reach. But that was one of the things that I definitely noticed in quite a few of the different resources that I looked at was one of the kind of common themes I was seeing as well. And then, obviously, as well as just what he said, education, because obviously kids are a big, I feel like, player in the whole contamination rates. I mean, I'm a nanny. I have been for 5 years. I've seen her put stuff in the recycle bin that I was like, oh no, it's not supposed to go in there. So I'm like, I know kids, they need to be educated just as adults are, because they're, going to grow up. And if you implement those things young, it'll, they'll teach their kids and it'll just be good overall. Anybody else? Well, thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
All right, do we have group 2 ready to go?
Is this microphone on? It doesn't work. These work, but they cause feedback, so we're going micless. No mics. Good call. Good call. All right, group 2. There you go. All right, you're up. Cool. There you go.
Good afternoon. I'm Jason Potts. First of all, I'd like to thank the City of Glendale for allowing us to work with you and grow as students. Our task was to increase commodity sales through your recycling program, and we looked at a couple of different ways to do that. One was to find funding to upgrade your facility. We also wanted to look into intergovernmental agreements that utilize the facility as well as provide education. So the first step we looked at was for finding funding, and we were able to find a group called the Closed Loop Partners, and they offer something called the Closed Loop Fund. Closed Loop Fund is a conglomerate of many different investors, 3M, Amazon, Coca-Cola, among others. And they offer 0% loans from 1 to 7 million for municipalities. And they're normally paid back within 1 to 10 years. So the first study we looked at through the Closed Loop Fund was the Emerald Coast Utilities Authority. They actually had a facility that they were utilizing closed on them. It was in Montgomery, Alabama. And so they were faced with the problem very quickly. And what they were able to do was, through funding with the Closed Loop Fund, they were able to construct a material recovery facility. And through doing so, the first year, they were able to avoid $2.3 million in tipping fees, as well as generate $1.9 million in revenue, which gave them a profit margin of around 16% a month. The next study we looked at was a study done in Lakeshore Recycling. It's outside of Chicago. And they were able to take an old construction and demolition facility and turn it into a MRF. This was able to increase their throughput from 20 tons a day to 20 tons an hour. And most of their products, it was about 56% came from this facility or from the city, and the other 44% came from third-party haulers. Then we wanted to explore intergovernmental agreements. This is a good way to provide education and increase in participation, as well as utilizing the MRF, the Material Recovery Facility. They're able to share resources between municipalities. This would allow them to achieve financial stability. We looked at a couple of case studies with intergovernmental agreements. One was in Milwaukee, and they were able to partner with the surrounding county to have a joint MRF, and this allowed them to avoid $940,000 in disposal costs, as well as create an earning of roughly $1.7 million. They also offered educational tours throughout the material recovery facility. And then we looked at the Denver study. This was interesting because they partnered with 166 schools to provide education. This included education on composting and discounts on composters, as well as rain barrels, I'm sorry. They also established a recycling newsletter to provide outreach to the communities, and this would help promote education within the families. This also gave them roughly, it increased the participation within the city of Denver to about 85% of households. After looking at these case studies, the analysis that we came up with was a closed loop fund is an excellent way to provide funding for upgrades, but it all comes down to participation. And we think with IGAs and surrounding cities that they could do this. So being self-sufficient is key in the recycling market that we have today. So upgrading the facility, as well as forming intergovernmental agreements with other municipalities to work together to achieve the goal is definitely imperative. Thank you. questions? Yes, sir.
So with regards to the case studies that you guys use, I see up there that the case studies were retrieved in November of 19. The potential revenue that you guys are showing up there can be a little high based on just our commodity market with the ban that's going on and just the drop in overall commodity markets. Did you see numbers that were from past years, or were those present?
Most of those were between 2016 and 2017, so there weren't many case studies that we were able to find. They were extremely recent, which was disappointing, but most of those were from several years ago.
On the slide where you had the potential community partners, was there any reason you listed those specific, or are those just the ones that are around us, or?
Those are surrounding municipalities that are also.
I thought maybe someone was interested. I was like, give us some.
Yeah, no, those were just surrounding ones that also are dealing with issues from the China ban, and that we would recommend maybe reaching out.
All right, let's see.
Thank you very much.
All right, you are up. Okay. Your slides are loading.
Good to go. Take it away.
Yeah.
Bright light. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for showing up to this presentation. I'm here to talk to you about China's new ban. Recently came in about a little over a year ago, otherwise known as Operation National Sword. Cool name. Slice those plastics out of your lives, right? So I'm just going to talk to you about three things today. And that is the review of the cities, their responses, and any recommendations that we have for Glendale. Oh, sorry, I just spilled some water. That's fine.
I'll get shocked.
What? No, it's just right here. But we're good. Anyway, so you're probably asking yourself, how do we do our research? And judging by this graph, we got most of our online resources right here. Majority of it was half. A few of them had personal interviews. So going up, talking to environmental coordinators, being like, hey, what are you guys doing about the China ban? And any literature findings, basically any newspapers, budget reports, things like that. Others just word of mouth. So let's dive into the review. Let's start off with Peoria. What mostly they did had an increased education. They had these colorful, nice flyers right here that showed Javelina telling you what to put in the bin and what not to put in the bin. That's quite cute. I think Glendale could do something like that. They increased recycling competitions within their local schools, and they basically used Phoenix as their recycling hub. Jump across there to Mesa. Had a high contamination rate. They dropped off. They actually disclosed or closed most of their facilities and reduced their plastics to 1 and 2. So this is sort of the common theme that's happening across all of America. They're cutting back all of their facilities because it's just becoming too much to bear. For Gilbert, same thing. They go under the motto, recycling is easy. They have this cute little cactus right here, tell you what to recycle and what not to recycle. And of course, before the China ban, it was increasingly profitable, but now since the National Sword policy slashed all those plastics out of the way, there's no sort of good market. Tempe was a pretty good, excellent city as well. They have several pilot programs consisted of composting, neighboring pickup, hosting zero waste days. Here you can see the, oh no, you can't see that. Oh yeah, this flyer right there promotes the zero waste days, sort of increase the public's awareness of recycling. And they have a goal of next year by having a quarter of their materials being recycled, which is a pretty good goal. And Phoenix was most likely the big dog in all of this. So they hosted a PGA tour that had zero waste. So they made most of their products compostable, or they just increased the recycling so much. But they still have a high rate of contamination, and they're also doing the Renewology initiative. I don't know if you've heard about that, turning plastics into diesel fuel. Very innovative, very exciting. And they also operate 2 big transfer stations within the state. Northwest the North Gateway transfer station, and they also incorporate a bunch of green business programs. Above there, you can see the MRF. Everybody, you all know what a MRF is, hopefully. You have the workers right there separating it out. And let me just move on to Chandler. Not much, but they did make a hefty profit back before it was profitable, about $500,000. They just do curbside pickups. That's what their recycling bins look like. San Francisco, of course, the poster child of all recycling. They just have so much, just their education and resources is just so robust. It is a model city. I understand it might be unrealistic to sort of copy or sort of get inspired by them, but they have this online resource that you simply should pick a bin and see if the plastic can go in there. So instead of printing out all of the reports and giving it out to people, you just have them go to a nice little website right there. And here are just a few facts that San Francisco is doing. And so based off of all these responses, we create a little pie chart. We gave Phoenix a little bit more on the edge because they're local, something that you can study quicker rather than San Francisco. And Tempe is another great city to look at. So we have a few recommendations here. So the recommendation is hosting zero waste days to increase recycling efforts and partnering with Renewology. The interesting thing about this partnership, you see Governor Ducey, CEO and President of Arizona Commerce right there. They were able to divert, they have a target goal of 6 million pounds of plastics diverted from their facilities each year to help them achieve a goal of 40% diversion by next year. So partnering with them, you may want to look into it. They have a facility they're building at the Innovation Campus at 27th Avenue Transfer Station. So the facility is going to be about the size of a tennis ball court, and it's able to divert that much plastics, hopefully. And basing off of Renewology that San Francisco has, we hope that you can be able to improve online resources, perhaps having app development, more online resources, helpful resources. And just a great link that you can go to is at recology.com. San Francisco has a wonderful catalog. Let's look at it. Sorry, my mouth's getting dry. And the last thing we want to do is a recycling rate study. So basically going out and getting community feedback to see if these communities are willing to do changes. So of course we know it's changing. Market variables go up and down, just like Al said. And the maintenance of these MRFs are going up because of it. So you might want to get the community feedback to sort of say, hey, would you consider a price increase for your recycling? Or would you be open to the idea of just using a website and sort of test the knowledge of your citizens, saying what goes in there? Does glass go into your recycling bin? No, because if it goes to the MRF, that'll cause a whole bunch of problems, right? And this is just an example of what to do. They have a flyer right there, a nice little link to go to, and then has just a breakdown of all the facts and figures that you have. So if you want a price increase, it has it all laid out right there transparently. So there's the flyer, there's the rate change, and thank you very much for your time. So China's not taking them, or? Yeah. Yes, they're no longer accepting it based off of the news this week. So the American market is have to say, okay, where are we going to have to sell it? Are we going to have to sort of do manufacturing here in the U.S., or are we going to have to find other buyers like in East Asia? I know Vietnam and a few of the other East Asian countries have taken on plastics, but they're sort of having the same attitude of cutting back on that just because of how much influx plastics. No, actually, I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure if there's like a small little like shop that just sort of that mills the plastic itself and makes it into pellets. I'm not sure. Does anybody know? No?
I don't think so, no.
Yeah, I don't think
so. I think most of those big processing plants like in California and some of the East Coast and stuff. You have things like Trex Tech. You heard of them, right? They take plastic bags and milk cartons and wherever else and make, put that into their composite. So that's one company that, does stuff like that. But they create their product. They're not just processing.
I believe they're based in Nevada.
Selling their product. Yeah. Sort of selling the pellet. So.
Any other questions?
So for radiology, do you know if they've actually broke ground?
They were actually what?
Broke ground? Did they
Broke
actually
ground?
break ground on that facility?
I am unaware. I reached out to them. Haven't heard anything
About a
yet.
year ago?
Hmm?
Was it about a year ago?
No. They recently got a grant, like August, I believe, $1 million or so.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if they broke ground just yet. I know that was something Glendale was looking into as well.
Yeah, we're gonna watch it. I don't know if we booked it.
Probably the regulators written down the neck. Any other questions? 3, 2, 1. Okay. Let me clean up this water. Right here.
All right, to group 4.
Going back up.
Sorry. There's water right here.
Yeah.
Stress.
You're great for it, right? Correct. Cool. So before we get started, as they mentioned, Alice talked about how great this class has been. All the presentations before this were put on by undergraduates. And so now I represent Group 4. We're a bunch of the graduate students in this course. And so we were given a little more challenging task, but most important for most of you city governments, is the money. We got to figure out what's our cost benefit going to be for all these programs and initiatives. So here's our Group 4. And we want to thank the City of Glendale and their help of opening up their books and letting us analyze them. But here we're going to run through here. The first thing when we're looking at our scenarios, we want to determine what's our cost benefit going to be. We're going to need to look at our ability to profit, and then we're going to look at, most importantly, protecting the environment. There's 2 different approaches we looked at. We're going to look at what our business as usual, what we're going to go, and then we're going to look to see if we can improve that a little bit for us. As they mentioned before in the previous groups, the public outreach has a 3-pillar approach to it. We're going to look at our K-8 education, Blue Lid program, and advertising. And the K-8 education program, the objectives were to reduce the volume of waste that reaches the landfill, and then increase the adoption of recycling behavior. We believe that through this program, the great benefits is that the amount of money you can invest into this program, the CBA equates to about a 31% increase in your recycling efficacy that you can get out of it. The development of the program is going to help with environmental stewardship and enforcing the reduce, reuse, and recycle ideology within these children. As mentioned with the Blue Lid program, we're looking at the recommendations to replace just the lid versus the whole bin. By replacing them, we were able to figure out that just bin cost would save you $48 per customer. I know with trying to ask people to raise the price of their fees, no one's really happy about that. So you can always equate it to them and tell them, hey, we're going to reduce your cost by 24%. Most people are happy when you can find a sale for 25% off. These labels are going to be created both bilingual to help with your constituent base and reach everyone. The advertising, as everything, it comes with a grain of salt. You can reach a wide amount of people, but what's your return on investment going to be with that? It's great with Glendale. You're close by. You have a lot of sports markets there that you can develop partnerships. A lot of times, the sports franchise, if you're looking with them, you have these big platforms like that. You can work in recycling or get a little ad lib there while you're there. So it's kind of unveiling to having the celebrity endorsers, kind of how it has gravitated towards today's society and the influence that it can have. When we looked at our closed loop funding, we had 2 potential scenarios we looked at. We're looking at going straight in right away, doing a full upgrade of the MRF, and then we're also looking at doing a potential upgrade, a partial upgrade, I should say, of doing part of the facility. This image shows what would the upgrade be of installation of an optical sorter to assist in reducing contamination. As of right now, the numbers aren't really lining up to go on it right away, but we'll briefly touch on it about more how we can look into it. A big thing with the intergovernmental agreements
with those two proposals, we looked at the city of Glendale with Phoenix and with Tulsa. And that goal would be to divert glass away from the landfills so it's not recycled in the current program. And then looking at partnerships with the city of Avondale, Peoria, and the city of Goodyear to see if recycles fall under the categories 3 through 7. The benefits, we're looking at it in addition to some of those, is we're also looking to divert some of the yard waste that is reaching the landfill. And so in reducing that, as we reduce the landfill, the amount of waste that reaches the landfill, you're freeing up space not only in your landfills to landfill waste that is supposed to be in there, so you can increase your profitability so your landfill doesn't fill up as fast. But then you also can develop passive revenue with these cities as you're trading back and forth this partnership and reducing their waste while making some money back. As we look for our recommendations, I broke them down almost like a stoplight of go green for go right away as your top initiative. Initiatives to table is kind of your yellow light. Let's pause and think about this for a little bit. And then initiatives for the future is kind of the red light. Let's pump the brakes on that and let's get the other two started. Our K through, we can get if you implement the education programs both through the Blue Lid program and through the K through 8 education, you're going to be able to increase your audience and then also work with both the current and future generations, which is now the current band. We're looking at always providing a generational shift. No matter how much or what initiatives we do, the numbers may add up, but it's all about developing that cultural shift is where your real benefit's going to be. And that's the benefit that we can't really put a monetary value, but is priceless when we're looking at recycling. As I talked about the advertising needs to be kind of a selective. If you're seeing certain areas that are getting harder to resource, we can kind of really target those and develop those partnerships. And our closed loop funding, once we have the items above, we can look to get securing that funding and helping to shore up and increase the process of waste.
So you talked about using the sporting arenas for advertising. Did you happen to reach out to them? Just curious to see their thoughts on that.
No. It was one of those we didn't. I was more inclined to ASU. We have a lot of athletes here, and some of them do go on into the market and love to give back. So it wasn't reaching directly to the markets. We were thinking more of reaching out to more kind of the celebrities or the athletes and kind of develop them because they're always trying to give back to the communities. So that would be our first area to start. And especially if we're looking for the K through 8 kid range. If you host an event like an Earth Day, and if you happen to get one of those people to come in, their numbers will go up and reach right off.
What was the recommendation?
Oh, yes. Okay. So we're looking at the recommendation. We're going to look to table it. So we want to develop that we secure some of those intercity agreements. As we said, we just looked at the local areas closest to Glendale, but I mean, we can even look at as far as, go as far as Spring Creek. If we can help reduce their costs, look onto the East Valley, you don't have to just limit yourself to the West Valley. But if you secure and set up those, when you'd like to go to the closed loop to upgrade your facility, once you have your constituents already buying into it and you have money saved up, it's going to give everyone the power to let's do this, get everyone on board.
Can we go back a couple slides? I want to look at the right there. Okay. So, say 2 potential IGAs proposed, and number 2 there on the first paragraph, the city of Glendale with Avondale, here. Recycled plastics falling under category 3 through 7 or 3 through 7s. That's a recommendation, or that's something that you got a potential proposal?
Yeah, there is a potential proposal that if we could get to recycle those plastics, that would be a revenue source because it's hard to generate, recycle those. But if we're able to get enough cities involved, we can make it, maybe the potential there to make it economically feasible to recycle those.
And did you guys do any studies on the 3-7 and how the markets are doing right now?
We weren't able to get to those. We were, as part of our group of Group 4, we took all the research from everyone else and we compiled.
There's no market.
Yeah, I was just going to say,
Okay.
do you know if any of those 3 cities are doing it really well?
Yeah.
Real quick question on, and this may be for one of the other groups, for the closed loop funding, do you know what the probability is of awarding? Is it one of those like you can apply but no one ever gets it, or everybody applies and everybody gets it?
It's definitely based on need, so it's not everybody gets followed. And they've got a specific amount of money that they have invested in some of that $100 million. So it's been going on for several years now. Definitely a good idea. That's something we want to explore. And within our report, we provided an application.
That's very exciting and clearly a very timely issue right now. So thank you all so much for sharing your thoughts on recycling for Glendale. That was a valuable lesson. Awesome. So at this point, we're going to transition over to the town of Clarkdale. So welcome to your first showcase with us. Thank you for sitting patiently and waiting. You know, I can't say that we've saved the best for last just because I have to remain neutral. But I think we've got some really great stuff coming up here. So with that, I'd actually love to pass it over to Tracy if you want to share a few words about partnership and.
You know, you lead with you're going to have to speak. See.
You got this.
This is our first opportunity, and we are so happy that we were able to be a part of this because Clarkdale, as you know, is extremely small. We're a little over 4,000 people, so the fact that we can actually utilize some of this research because we don't have staff members to do it, we had a wonderful opportunity to work with 2 fabulous students, and we got a lot out of this. So we were able to not only have them and do research, but they were able to come to our strategic planning. And so now we're actually able to put some of those recommendations, suggestions, things that we talked about into our work plan and our strategic plan. So this being our first time, we had an awesome experience with them. The exchanges have been great. Hopefully we've helped them kind of get to where they need to be. And obviously, the more they're successful, the more we're successful. So I appreciate the opportunity. It was wonderful working with you. And we look forward to the next phase of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, so everybody knows who's here from town.
I'm Tracy Lavinka. I'm the new town manager. I've been in the state of Arizona for 6 months. And I'm sure you could not tell by my accent.
I'm Debbie Hunsetter. I'm Clarkdale Town Council.
My name is Ruth Mayday. I'm the Development Services Director for Clarkdale, and I have been here 3 months.
And the sensation of a shifting title we were talking over here is a little familiar to you, right? You just recently got
right.
a permanent position.
Permanent gig, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Started interim when we started with this.
It's exciting.
Happy to stick around.
Well, we certainly enjoyed working with you, and likewise, very much looking forward to next phases as well. A little bit of context with Clarkdale was our first community to pilot a 2-community model. Up until this year, we've only ever worked with 1 community at a time. So it was a significant, it's a significant milestone for us to kind of develop the model a little bit and expand our reach. So we're really excited to be working with y'all. For this semester, we started off with 1 large scope project that we are matching with all sorts of classes all over campus, all around revitalizing the downtown corridor. Oh man, that's really pixelated, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So I am going to pass it over to Dr. Malcolm Goggin in just a moment. We've got 2 students with the Masters of Public Affairs. I should know, I did that too. Master's in Public Affairs, right? Yeah, okay. Sorry, it's been a long day. It's been a long week. We have 2 students doing the capstone format with us where they're working one-on-one directly with the community. There's no other students to kind of bounce their ideas off of. It's a solo project, high risk, high reward, right? You know, for those of us who've been through a capstone experience before, when you find a really great match, it's a real opportunity to really build a solid resume and have something to move forward with. With that, I'd love to pass it over to Dr. Goggin to introduce the course. And then I believe we're starting with Neelam. Is that correct? Okay, awesome. Dr. Goggin.
So this is the 4th semester that I've been teaching in this program. And I have an online graduate program, which is the last course in either Master's in Public Affairs or Master's in Public Policy program. And I have 30 students, grad students in that course, and 2 of them are working with Clarkdale. The other 28 have their own clients. They are doing research with other clients and doing the same kind of thing at Neelam. And the other student, Hannah, that's right, Neelam and Hannah have done. But this is actually the first time that I've met folks from either Clarkdale or the 2 students. It's all online. And they have turned in their final paper. They've turned in their final PowerPoint presentation, which they're going to give today. And they're going to get a grade probably in the next couple of days. So first, I think Neelam, are you up first? Okay.
So if you could just do the PowerPoint, that'd
be great. Here, it's all queued up. We just got to hit start.
And then you use the arrows to navigate.
Oh man, no clicker? No worries, just teasing. Hi everyone, my name is Neelam Shah, and I selected to work on the Clarkdale project just because it was definitely something interesting. And I don't know about all of you, but I didn't even know where Clarkdale was, so I didn't really know what I was signing up for until I know. Yep, I added a map just in case if anyone wanted to know where it was. But Clarkdale is nestled right between Jerome and Cottonwood, and so I was really excited once I figured out where Clarkdale was and what exactly I was going to be doing. And so I'm going to share with you what I did throughout the course of 4 months in 5 minutes. So we'll try this. Okay, so the outline. As you know, downtown is the heart of any community. And so that was kind of easy to do when I just walked in and I saw the downtown and the residents and the community. And it was just, you could tell that there was a sense of community in Clarkdale. And so when we were looking at the downtown area, my first question was, what are the key objectives that I really want to focus this paper on? And so here are the 3 things that I wanted to focus on. What are the primary features, such as buildings, point of interest, events that bring value to Clarkdale's residents and visitors? The second question I really wanted to focus on was what efforts need to be taken to improve and keep the charm of Clarkdale buildings and the historic buildings. And I decided to separate that just because Clarkdale is on the National Register of Historic Places, and I felt that the visual appeal for the downtown corridor was very, very important. So in case if they have buildings that they want to come up with or renovate, I think it's really important that they keep the visual appeal of historic Clarkdale. And then the third is what strategies are proven to be successful for revitalizing downtown areas, and how can Clarkdale stay on track with those strategies? So based on that, my methods were to informally interview with residents and council members. They all know about that, how many times I've texted them, interviewed them, all of the above. Something that was special was volunteering at a Clarktoberfest back in October, where I got to meet the community. I got to pour beers for them and kind of ask questions as to what they want their downtown to be. And then I focused a lot of the methods on frameworks and case studies, which I think I have 3 frameworks and then 3 case studies to kind of supplement
what I wanted to focus on, how that would be beneficial to Clarkdale, and how it would be useful to what they want to do now, midterm, and then long term as well. So some of the findings that I had was comparing frameworks. So 3 frameworks I have are the Main Street framework, the Enriched framework, and then the Modified Steps framework. The Main Street framework emphasizes on small communities and smaller towns, and the transformation is done by keeping 4 main areas in mind. This is economic vitality, design, promotion, and organization. The Enriched framework focuses on how small communities need to take advantage of the 4 trends, and this is through demographic shifts, people preferring to move into smaller cities, and communities with employment opportunities, growth of heritage and cultural tourism, continued growth and continued need for public buildings in smaller downtown areas. And then finally, we have the Modified Steps framework. This is a combination of relevant components of a step-by-step guideline that provides insight through short, medium, and long-term projects. So for example, this would be kind of understanding the community, their desires, their wants, and then basing a strategic plan based on what they want and thinking about what is short-term, what can we do right now, what is something that's going to take a little bit more time and we'll move it to the medium term, and then what's going to take a lot of time and resources and we'll move it to the long term. So that's typically what it looks like. That's just an example. There's 12 of them. And then case studies. I did 3. There's an emphasis on each one, but the one that really hit home for me was Mesa, just because I grew up in Mesa. And when I was first learning about Clarkdale and we did this first tour, I saw a lot of similarities between Mesa and Clarkdale. The reason being is that Mesa Art Center, I don't know if you guys all know about that, but it was like kind of their one thing that drew a lot of people into Mesa. And so when they were doing the downtown transformation and revitalization of Mesa, they emphasized the Mesa Art Center, revamped it, and then started to go into the empty buildings and start asking local businesses to kind of take over, provide incentives and things like that. I see the same thing with Clarkdale in the aspect that a lot of vacant buildings are in Clarkdale, and they have this Verde Canyon Railroad, which has a lot of tourists coming in, but then when they get to Clarkdale, they kind of see empty buildings and don't stick around and spend their money there. So based on that, I felt like that was the biggest case study, and I emphasized a lot of that in that. Another one was Sedona, because of a lot of residents that I've talked to. They mentioned how they don't want to be an over touristy place. They really wanted to have a neutral balance and be a self-sustained place, which I thought was very important. So I emphasized that. And then the last one is a city or town in Hungary, which emphasizes slow tourism. The reason for that is that it is an old town in Hungary that has a lot of emphasis on geothermal spas and a lot of their folklore, history, and things like that, which I think is also applicable to Clarkdale, because then they can emphasize their own culture and have a slow tourism built on that and their history and just draw in certain people. It doesn't have to be all at once. It can be a slow growth. And I think that would be very, very beneficial to Clarkdale. So finally, on recommendations, these are just a couple that I boiled down. There's a lot in the paper. But a detailed strategy guided by the tested frameworks and an organized task force like nonprofits to execute a strategy would be very beneficial as maybe the first step. In short term, possibly seeking ways to coordinate the hours of eateries with the upcoming Park Hotel, not Parkland, that was an autocorrect. But a lot of the issues that they face are some of the eateries are closed during business hours on the weekends, like the busiest hours. And I think it would be very beneficial to kind of negotiate with them somehow to open them up on the weekends so that there will be more draws of when people come in, that they can actually eat in the town and use their spending dollars in the town rather than going to a nearby town. Current challenges are vacant buildings and lack of business activity in the downtown. I would propose doing a vacancy tax or providing incentives. Vacancy tax for those who have empty buildings and have owners. Their buildings are not up to code, and I think a beneficial way to just be hey, there's a vacancy tax. If your building's been vacant for X amount of time, you're going to be charged X amount or that, or you can get your building up to code, either or. And then providing incentives for businesses, maybe doing something with utility. I know Mesa has done something like that too to get local businesses off the ground. And I know that in Clarkdale, they would have renovating and buying the actual lot, which is also going to be a problem. But something to incentivize them to kind of get in would be a really good idea. Design and promotion, this goes with the historic preservation. The design of the buildings, making sure that it is thematic with the entire downtown area, and then promoting and marketing those businesses as well. And then finally, developing a strategy guided by tested frameworks is important for decision makers to understand that this is going to take a lot of time and a lot of resources. This won't happen overnight. And I think it's important for residents, council members, and the town manager to know that this is going to be a heavy project. So with that, are there any questions? Yeah.
We have time for one question.
Everybody's looking at me.
Do you have a question?
So after spending some time with us and going through the strategic planning piece, do you feel like implementing some of these would actually assist with that park hotel? And how do you see that park hotel actually being the catalyst for the rest of the downtown?
I think the park hotel is a really great idea. Having those form-based codes and having that idea of getting the buildings up to code would be a really good idea for the next buildings to kind of go through. I think it would also help to have the vacancy tax just for those buildings that are next to that are not being utilized for anything. I think that would be kind of a negative aspect for the park hotel. And I think if you implement some kind of procedure that will help speed up the process of hopefully getting someone into those buildings, getting the local business in, hopefully thriving. Thank you.
I'm gonna have to move on. Great job, Neelam. And this is also one of those projects that has a lot of matches, multiple classes working on it. So happens we're working on a class to do some building assessments next semester, so that's cool. So up next we have our second capstone student of the day, Hannah Dubs Mendoza, who took a look at how we can leverage funding for historic preservation in Clarkdale. And with that, Hannah, take it away.
So mine is kind of goes a little bit more in depth on what Neelam already touched, and that's historic preservation efforts in Clarkdale, specifically looking at funding strategies and doing a comparative case study on how other local governments have funded their historic preservation goals. So when I did my literature review, I took a look at how historic preservation is approached, and I found two ways, although Neelam's presentation highlighted a few more ways. But the first way is historical conservation, which is the connection between historic artifacts and their heritage. And I think Clarkdale is already doing a great job at that. They have 3 museums in their small town that all attribute to historical artifacts and historical conservation and culture and heritage. But the rest of my presentation is going to focus on the Main Street approach, which is essentially the same thing as Neelam's Main Street framework. And that basically just states that the best way to achieve historic preservation is to revitalize their downtown while bringing in new businesses. They are also keeping those original structures. So my second research question, how have other cities and towns achieved their historic preservation goals? So for this, I did a comparative case study. And you can see here, I've broken it into 2 parts. So I have the yellow clusters right here, and that's my part A. So I chose 9 different cities all over the state of Arizona, and I tried to even them out between population. You have some that have a tiny population, and then Flagstaff and Tucson that have gigantic populations. And then my part B was in these maroon dots right here, 5 different cities outside of Arizona that have successful historic preservation programs. I would have loved to do more than 5, but timing. So next I have my results and the recommendations. So my research was very on the back end, digging through city budgets, city websites, commission websites. And so to be able to compare all those, I ended up putting the key findings onto a spreadsheet. So I have my part A and part B. And here are some of the key findings. So within the state of Arizona, all of the 9 cities that I looked at were already established as a certified local government before they implemented the historic preservation plan. So a certified local government is an agreement between the State Historic Preservation Office and the National Park Service that basically says they're committed to historic preservation and they're going to do everything within their power to uphold that. Another common thing between cities in the state of Arizona was the establishment of a board or commission, like a historic planning commission, that helped the local government pretty much offer resources for their developers, for the property owners. There are a lot of existing, there are some existing tax incentives that do exist, and those are for homeowners and for business owners. So having it on a website or with the Historic Planning Commission really helps these people who might be interested in rehabilitating a building to learn how they would do that and how they would fit those goals that are already established by the local government. So then I found pretty much all of these cities outside of Arizona, not just the 5 that I looked at, but there are hundreds. And they are using the Main Street approach, like William already said, and here are 3 other things that are kind of under the Main Street approach, really strives to attract developers, highlight unique town experiences like Jerome, which is known for being haunted, and partnerships. There's public-private partnerships, but there's also nonprofit public partnerships. So I think it's the city of Flagstaff that has a partnership with the Arizona Historical Society, and they've actually received grant funding from the Arizona Historical Society. So that's another funding option. And for my last, research question, I asked, how can Clarkdale fund their historic planning efforts, given that they have a limited number of staff members and they can't really dive into their general fund. So the first thing they need to do is become a certified local government. So there are federal funds that are available through the Historic Planning Fund, and the State Historic Planning Office in Arizona mainly gives that to certified local governments. So it's going to be a big step. The next thing would be establishing a Historic Planning Commission, which will be essential when they strive to attract developers. They're going to use the Main Street approach, which is going to not only help them achieve their goals, but also provide more resources because, again, they don't have the staff members available, and partnering with other Main Street organizations that could provide extra resources. And then the last piece is additional resources, or additional research. So they're partnered with ASU Project Cities, and I believe next semester they're going to be doing some research on public-private partnerships. I think that's essential because the majority of funding for historic preservation does come through public-private partnerships. So it's going to be really, really essential for you guys to know. I guess some research questions I would ask would be, how do you attract private entities to come? How do you incentivize developers beyond what's already available federally? Can you afford to do that? Do you guys have any questions? Yeah.
The hotel was in the previous presentation, but what attracted the hotel?
People who love Clarkdale.
I believe, yeah, it was already.
Actually, it is a family who sold their home and have decided that because they want to synergize that downtown area so much, that they have redacted the back of it into an apartment. They're living there. And so they're actually putting all their parts and soul back into that so that we can revitalize that area.
Yeah, so I really think
Very impressive.
that it's not going to be a problem for you to find local business owners. I think the challenge will be in finding outside developers.
And the top is the hotel, and in the summer on 4th July, they will open up the boardroom downstairs.
Does the city have to put in some incentives?
No,
Nothing.
no,
Rezoning?
no, it's an entertainment district right now.
That's terrific.
We're on a tipping point.
That's terrific. Takes off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it was funny that you should mention public-private partnerships, because I have a class that's going to present on public-private partnerships. Oh, okay. Well, that's what I thought we were doing. But yeah, all right. At any rate, it's my pleasure to introduce Deborah Salin. Deborah, this is her technically third project with us.
I guess so, yeah.
If you count Maggie's.
Yeah.
So she's done the capstone format, and this will be her second time doing a large class, but we're also piloting a new format. There's a lot of piloting this semester. This was a single project in a course, a full semester course. So it was very quick, turned that around in like 3 weeks, I think.
It's about a 3-week project.
Yeah. So,
It's a little different, less in depth than what you guys have done. You'll see.
So I would love to turn it over to Deborah to introduce the class.
I'll just real quick, in the interest of time, so I'll just say, so the class is a master's level class in urban and environmental planning. And what the students are going to present, like Steve was saying, it's only 3 weeks of work while they were doing other things too. So the idea here is they're going to give you some kind of quick ideas, creative ideas for how Clarkdale could become awesome. So I'm going to let them take it away. And in the interest of time,
Awesome. Not that it's not awesome already, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
Awesome.
more
More awesome.
Yeah.
So in the interest of time, everyone be really
So because we did this as a whole class, basically we broke up into different groups based on a topic area. And so my group focused on recreation, and we felt like recreation is an underutilized asset for Clarkdale, and that if Clarkdale is able to kind of encourage and harness recreation-based tourism and connect that to the downtown specifically, that could really spark new economic growth for Clarkdale. And so our strategies or recommendations were to host some kind of novelty events that aren't offered by other places or maybe aren't offered yet in the region that blend the recreation opportunities that are available in Clarkdale now into kind of like one big relay or race, and ideally then that would either culminate or would route through the downtown area. And then we also felt like Clarkdale would benefit from building some new mountain biking and hiking trails that are start or end in Clarkdale and connect to a popular existing trail system so that people have a reason to really end up or begin in Clarkdale to start with and hopefully stay in the hotel. And then we also felt like creating like a regional passport system that ties recreation into the other opportunities that are available in downtowns, not just Clarkdale's, but the other small towns in the region, would be a way that you would get recreation-based visitors to come downtown. So they would acquire stamps through going to the recreation opportunities, but also through shopping in local downtown stores and dining in local downtown restaurants. And this would encourage people that are already visiting to come to the downtown and also encourage people to return to the area to kind of keep collecting those stamps and eventually get a small kind of souvenir based off of that. So we felt like that was a good way to harness the asset of recreation that already exists in the region to revitalize Clarkdale's downtown.
So, excuse me, I'm just like, I apologize, I'm just going to let a second. My group's project was kind of art in Clarkdale.
our first idea was kind of creating a co-working art space. And so that artists could come. If anyone was familiar with the old tech shop idea that was used to be in Chandler, we are kind of basing it off that idea, which was bringing people in, working on projects, working with the community, bouncing ideas off of each other, and using tools that they had there. And so we weren't thinking as industrial as that, but more like smaller art pieces, just bringing in artists together, bringing in artists from other towns in the area. Our next idea was a walking tour, and kind of trying to link the different places. So one of those stops in the walking tour could be the art shop, another stop would be the Arizona Copper Art Museum, another stop would be the Copper Mountains Antiques, and a couple other different places that we were hoping to incorporate. The final thing that we kind of came up with was a call for art, and so trying to bring in artists from around the area, from Jerome, from Clarkdale, from Sedona and Conwood, and then trying to just get murals or other sculptures and trying to put those as stops on this art walk and touring around, and this could be in multiple places through Clarkdale. And that was our idea.
Hi everyone, my name is Guadalupe, and my group is one of two that did sustainable tourism research for the city of Clarkdale. Our group has 5 suggestions for the city of Clarkdale to implement to bring in sustainable tourism to the city. The first one is to bring farmers market into the former market space on Main Street. We believe that this could be a social gathering space where high school students and residents of the city and as well as other towns come together and socialize, and local farmers can also sell their produce. And if we incorporate food and hot food and coffee establishments, it can become bigger than just a shopping place for produce. Our second suggestion is Main Street improvements. Adding planters and benches to the streets can increase activities and socialization to happen in the streets. Also, we suggest that whenever redevelopment occurs, keeping the historical facade of the buildings will be very beneficial and will encourage private investment, and keeping the buildings mixed use, not only commercial but also office space and residential will also help. A third suggestion is physical activities and tours. If we promote landscaping and the natural environment in the city, such as the Verde Canyon Railroad, hiking trails, cycling, kayaking, and other activities. They could bring in new tourists, and we could also use social media and travel guides to promote this and educate other people that don't know about these activities that occur in Clarkdale and the region. Another possibility, if possible, we could, or the city could, revitalize an old mine and to create it into a restaurant like the Grand Canyon, or have tours there where tourists can come and tour the mine and learn more about the mining history of the town. The city has a large capacity for solar and wind energy regeneration, and we believe that if the city takes advantage of this opportunity, it can become a solar capital of the state or the nation. And we could also incorporate solar panels into existing buildings. Our last suggestion is a sustainable fixture store of wineries and breweries in the area. And the city could provide incentives for sustainable companies to locate in Clarkdale, and this could bring more sustainable tourism and activity in the town.
I guess right. Didn't know if I was up, but luckily I am. My name is Michael Schwartz, and our group was focused on revitalization of downtown. Primarily, as you can see in some of the pictures, we were focused on streetscapes. But as we progressed through, we just sort of reoriented our priorities. Okay, so the priorities were getting people into the downtown area, keeping people in the downtown area, and then persuading speculative landowners to take action. So like I said, as we were going through this brainstorming activity, some of the fundamental things about the town, we were trying to find ways to drive that activity. So getting people to the downtown area. I personally have unfortunately driven past Clarkdale at the roundabout to head up to Jerome. I don't know if this is the specific sign, but I do remember there being a sign. So signage is something that we brought up as a platform for branding for the city. Also that northwest parcel right there at that roundabout could be an area for development to be able to show that there's activity here and that we're a welcoming community. Sorry, it's missing a slide. Nope, there it is. I'm going to go backwards. Or go back and forth, but keeping people in the downtown area. So for this one, essentially we're focused on facilitating facade improvements. Again, that was our original idea, but it kind of meshed or merged into this idea of an overlay or zoning overlay for downtown district. You say it's an entertainment district. We're focused more on the potential for either matching grants from the city for streetscape design or developments, and also getting into more of the idea for, sorry, one second, looking at my thoughts. But getting into, sorry. So, character district, yeah. So, just keep going up there.
Just keep going.
Well, back here. So the final one is tax modifications. Tax modifications being, we wanted to talk about the difference of taxing property and taxing land. So this is something that was talked about in some of the other presentations, but remolding the tax, and this is a build off of the district ideas, but essentially how the tax structure is formed for the downtown and incentivizing landowners or property owners to develop. Sorry for that hiccup.
So my group took a complementary, we call it, approach to economic development through sustainable tourism. So we know that Clarkdale actually has a pretty strong record of sustainability. Our ideas are that other towns in the region have branded around an identity, like Cottonwood is rebranded recently as kind of like a wine town. Jerome is like a ghost town with an art scene. Sedona is like the crystal necklace capital of the state, if not the world. So we were thinking that Clarkdale could perhaps unite around the idea of sustainability, and particularly around a certain industry. That's kind of fun to think of it that way, which might be bike tourism, becoming a bike tourism magnet. This is a heat map of bike activity in the region. You see that, of course, Sedona has a lot. There's actually a fair amount heading to Jerome. Clarkdale has a decent amount up here, where Cottonwood has very little. So encourage cycling businesses in Clarkdale. There's such things as like cycling hotels and B&Bs, or the existing hotel that's moving in. Encourage them to offer like those kind of amenities. The idea might be to work with other municipalities in the region, right, to improve the road and trail cycling infrastructure. Although obviously, like there's enough to keep people on the road as it is. And then these parcels here are state park lands on the north of the riverbank. This is not downtown, but our idea is that maybe activity downtown and just outside of downtown are probably related. There's a grant that State Parks offers for trail development. This could be converted into, say, like a bike park. So it's existing park area. Bike parks tend to be about half the cost of standard traditional like playground parks, and they can make use of existing land contours and leave a lot of existing vegetation. In the interest of time, I'll go over my last slide. Just visually, it's another parcel activation with city-owned land on the north bank of the river. I'll leave it there, and I'll pass it on to Nicole.
Hello everyone. So as you can see, our group was focusing on public space, and the goal of our proposal is to gain economic revenue, attract people to the place, and create city identity. And based on these pictures, you can see that public space is a very powerful tool to create city identity, and it can include the elements of urban design and urban furniture that will foster walkability and outdoor socializing. And another point of interest and attraction should be a gas station, and of course we want to keep its character because it's very unique and amazing, but we would like to add some another features that will attract people. So we would like to keep still glass blowing there, but still to do like coffee shop and some areas for art residents and for art events. And we would like to keep them together and to foster them to collaborate for the common activities and events that can attract other people.
And another point of interesting is a backend lot. And as long as it has the owner who doesn't want to develop huge development there, we offer just to fill this place with low cost and temporary structures where city can experiment and find out what is better for the city and for the residents, for the tourists, what will attract more people. And we propose to this area to rotate during the year around temporary uses and different activities.
Sorry. All right, my name is Trump. We're focused on the Clarkdale cultural anchors. So our two approach are the unique anchors, which can drive activity through the downtown area. And also the second one would be mandatory anchors. We'll create activity within downtown. So what we want to focus on with unique anchors is the Verde River and the railroad. Those are natural anchors that if developed, can drive people from the 89 through the downtown area and through those unique anchors to drive activity within downtown and through it. The second one would be a mandatory anchor, which will create activity within downtown is moving. I know Clarkdale has a community college that's near Cottonwood that doesn't really have any activities around it. So our idea is to either relocate that community college within the downtown area or create an extension to be able to generate activity by students walking around or to study or to wait for others and whatnot. And another idea would be to either high school or a community center, because what it does is it forces people to have activity and do things within downtown through the brewery, the museums, and just the character that Clarkdale has. So those two anchors is what we're trying to deliver to you guys through unique and mandatory anchors. Thank you.
I just want to say, our class meets right now, so we kind of have to all go to class. But the good news is for you guys, Clarkdale, that a lot of these folks are going to be continuing to work with you next semester, along with a bunch of other students, and they're going to be basically taking some of these just like ideas and trying to investigate them a lot further with your kind of guidance about what you think might be most interesting and most fruitful, and do a deeper dive like these two have already done on different things, and hopefully get more of a complete product. But if you're interested in PowerPoint, I can share it with you. Steve could share it with you. Please. Yeah. And there will be reports that are coming out of this too. So thanks so much for the opportunity to work with you. This is really awesome. Great ideas.
Wow. Well, with that, we have just finished out the Fall 2019 Project Cities Showcase. So I want to thank everyone so much for. Oh, thanks.
Sorry.
You're good. You're good. Well, what's that? Yes, we should absolutely take another photo.
Yes.
Yeah. And we can do y'all too. Well, I'll make my closeout pretty brief. I just want to echo all the gratitude for everyone for all your work in this. We go through this like crazy semester-long process and come out the other end with a lot of surprising new information. And I hope that y'all have found value in this experience. I can't necessarily speak for the students, but I believe that they have as well. I know that I certainly find a lot of value and find myself very fortunate to be a part of this. I'd also like to thank Anne, our fearless leader, for helping us keep the ship afloat.
We did all of these, so along with the faculty. So, but
Takes a village.
yeah,
It sure
we just wanna
does.
Thank you
Sure
for that
does.
partnership.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
Willingness to work with our great students, because they couldn't do what they do without your knowledge and guidance. Because otherwise, they wouldn't get all of the love and experience that they need. So thank you very much for being teachers for that too. So it's a great program.
Well, thank you. So with that, I am going to end the webcast, which means that we are officially done. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.